Okay, I'd like to call the meeting to order, please, and thank you very much, everybody that's online, etc. And I'd like to acknowledge the land of which we are gathered is the traditional territory of the Ktunaxa, Syilx, and the Sinix peoples, and is home to Métis and many diverse Aboriginal persons. We honor their connection to the land, rivers, and respect the importance of the environment to our strength as a community. And I'd like a motion to adopt the agenda as presented, please.
Am I the only one who lost audio?
Sorry?
Move that.
Councillor Lochtenberg, you're okay there? You can hear us?
Yep, you're totally clear.
Okay, thank you. So I need a motion to adopt the agenda, please. Councillor Renwick, seconded by?
I'll second.
Councillor Lochtenberg. All in favor? Carried, thank you very much. Adopt the minutes of the previous meeting. No recommendations from the Committee of the Whole. Did you have the minutes of the previous meeting? No. Request, delegations, bylaws. Okay, and now we're up to budget presentation, water and sewer rates. Who's up?
Well, thanks, Mayor. I'll take it from here, or start it off, I guess I would say. I hope for your patience, as you know, me doing this in my office is different than what I'm used to, and I hope you'll bear with me. We did, as you know, we have some pretty large documents, and some of you have a printed copy, some it's online. So some of them we'll go over in a bit. To start off, I wanted to introduce and show council kind of, again, a real appreciation from staff that you trusted us with providing funding last year to go and get, as you know, basically to get all of the ICI, or the industrial, commercial, and industrial properties metered. And again, it's always great to get the metering done. I think it has value, but it's always really important that we're able to show results, or show what are we doing with this data. And so we were fortunate enough through an RP to get Rory. He is turned out to be fantastic in the role that he has provided, and I'm really excited to have council meet him and go through sort of the work that he's doing. Remember, for this is that he started sometime in September-ish, and we're not done yet, but I just think it's going to be really valuable for council to see how we've helped our community, how he's helped our community, and in trying to save water. And so I'm going to turn it over to him to introduce himself, and then he has a presentation just to show, and I think that we'll probably have him back in a month or two when he's sort of finished, and then we've got some more next steps. So anyway, I'm going to turn it over to Rory, and introduce yourself if you could.
Okay. Thanks, Colin. Yeah, like Colin said, we've been working on this project for a couple of months now, and we have some preliminary findings that we'd like to show you. So I have a PowerPoint presentation, and I'd just like to confirm that we're good to go ahead with that at this point.
That would be correct. Yeah, please go ahead, Rory.
Okay, let me pull it up here.
Sarah, can we get a television there? Please. Maybe that one there.
Okay. So this is a presentation on the water loss mitigation study that the City of Nelson has been working with me on. And so we have some preliminary findings from the project as well. So just a bit about me. I'm a hydrometric and/or environmental technologist, and I've been consulting in Nelson since 2017. I have a number of clients since I've been consulting here. So Nelson Hydro was my first, and I've been doing projects with them throughout. They affectionately refer to me as their data guy. Other clients are City of Nelson, KWL Consulting Engineers. I have 4 watershed user groups in the region that I do hydrology work for, and Living Lakes Canada is an NGO that I helped out as well. My main experience is in data analysis and management, and that comes from stream and river and meteorological monitoring.
That's good.
I also have experience doing industrial wastewater compliance monitoring in Metro Vancouver. and written a number of grants, of course. Just some things that I've been able to accomplish in the community since I've started consulting is I was really pleased to work with Alex Love on the district energy grant.
That's good.
And we won that grant. It's worth over $1 million. I designed a hydrology database for the region's water data and worked on a spreadsheet with Alex to calculate Nelson Hydro's feeder loads over 5 years, and it came to within 0.5% accuracy of the energy used. So just some successes that we've had, a lot of fun. We've accomplished some great things, and this is one of them. So to start off this presentation, I just want to give you a bit of background on the project. So as you may know, the majority of industrial, commercial, and institutional buildings within the city of Nelson now have water meters on them. We've been collecting that data, or the city has been collecting that data for some months now, and they've noticed through that collection that 40 to 50 of them, actually we have 42 at the moment, have continuous flows. So that's something leaking, something running every 24 hours. So the goals, and so this is kind of what they see. So this is a PDF here that is output from the water meters. And the water meters are kind of smart. They do a bit of data analysis on their own. So the water meters can tell if there's water going through them every 24 hours of the day. And what it does when it reads that is it produces this little diamond on a map. If there's water going through the system every 16 hours of the day, it produces this little star. And if the water shows regular use patterns, it just shows it as blue. So that allows us to see what's going on here. And this is an example of one site where there is continuous flow. A water-cooled ice machine was removed from the facility, and you can see we went back down to regular flow. So open 6 days a week and no flow on Sundays, for example. So with this data, the goal of the project is really to reduce non-revenue water loss because most of the water is charged by fixture in the city and meet the city's environmental goals. So just with this slide here, I want to show you some of the procedures that we've taken to reduce this water loss. This is my tracking spreadsheet, for example. So for example, I can track which month it is, so make sure it's up to date. We then analyze the data and prepare a field report. And so really what that's for is so that I have an understanding of what the data is showing, and we can go to the client and say, hey, you know what, we've seen high flows on this date and then no flows on that date. Like, what do you think's going on? That really helps us to assess what the issue is. If we can, we solve the issue of the continuous flow right on site. And so sometimes we can do that. Sometimes we can't. It's a larger infrastructural issue that needs to be addressed at a later date. And sometimes it's pending. So there'll be something. So this one, for example, is an assisted living facility, and their toilets needed to be surveyed. We see a lot of toilets that are leaking, and it's not appropriate for me to go into each residence room. So that's something that the building manager is doing, for example. Once we have addressed the issue, we want to really confirm that it actually has been addressed or there's no other issues. So we confirm that by looking at that. So in the last spreadsheet, we can confirm that we've addressed the continuous flow of water in the building. In some instances where it's a larger concern or like a larger piece of infrastructure that can't be swapped out readily or fixed easily, the solution then becomes long-term. So this is something that we're tracking. We also track, what type of business it is, how much water they're using on average per day. This is the pattern of use over months. This is, I believe, April and March, and this is October. So you can see this hotel, wasn't using much water in the spring when things were quiet, ramped up in the summer, and it's quieting back down again. So that can just, it gives us insight into what's going on.
So, excuse me, was that not COVID related?
Yeah, absolutely. Probably COVID related. We don't necessarily have data going back multiple years. So we don't know what happened in 2019, but likely it's COVID related this year.
Thank you.
So we track other stats as well. So what's the status of the issue? Have we solved it yet? Is this ongoing? Does it need to be scheduled? And then what are the primary issues that are leading to this continuous leak? Again, to help us better understand what we're seeing. So I think this incorporates all the issues that are leading to continuous water loss, or just about. So we see a number of toilets that are leaking continuously. The largest use of continuous water in the city was an underground leak that was able to be fixed, which was just fantastic. We have a few other things such as swamp coolers. So swamp coolers are anything that cools air or heating like a refrigerant by evaporating water. OTC stands for once through cooling. So some appliances are cooled with tap water effectively. We saw irrigation as an issue. So this is just a sample of what we're seeing and what we're trying to solve. And so we have 42 sites and we've been to 40 of them. So we have a good sense of what's going on at the moment. And we're able to analyze that to kind of see some trends. So this is what we found here. Now I broke these are the primary business types. So commercial, office, residential, medical, and so on. And I split these two into two different categories because we can really see what's going on or what's consistent between the two. So over here we have facilities that don't process or store or serve food. And so what we see a lot there is a lot of toilets and faucets leaking. We also have some swamp coolers that are actually working as air conditioners, as well as few ice machines. So what we see here is that, toilets are our main issue. Now this graph doesn't show the amount of water that's lost, just the number of issues that we've observed and recorded. When we go over here to hotels, restaurants, assisted living facilities, and grocery stores, the thing that's common with all of these is that they all handle, serve, or sell food. And so with that, we get a lot of things like coolers and freezers, which can use water continuously to keep them cold, and ice machines, which are making ice, 24/7 using water continuously. So anything that will throw that flag into the meter. Some swamp coolers as well, as sometimes these are used to cool refrigerant. And then there's others as well. So this is things that don't necessarily fall into one category. And it's not that this other is causing the majority of flow, it's just that there's a lot of them. So this is like an overall picture. It's going to jump into next, what we do on a site per site basis to calculate the water saved and see that we're making a difference. So this is an example of one multiple unit commercial building. I think there's 4 to 5 businesses in this, and none of those businesses serve food. So we have hourly data, and we're able to put it into this graph via a pivot table. And we've separated the data between data that showed a continuous leak versus after we've gone to the site and fixed it. So this is one site. We found out that there's 2 issues that are leading to continuous flow. There was one leaking toilet that caused the majority of this. The secondary issue, which is much smaller in scope or concern, and that's a water fountain that's triggering automatically throughout the night. 1 liter here, 1 liter there. that sort of thing. So what we see in this data is that one toilet can lead to a lot of water use. And so they fail in two different ways. They fail because the flapper will leak water and those leaks are smaller. And they fail because the float isn't set right and effectively water is pouring in the overflow tube. So what we see here is that this one toilet was leading to approximately 175 liters of lost water per hour, every hour of the day, every day of the month, and so on. So we identified that. We're able to go to site, say, hey, this is probably your issue. Let's shut this guy off. Let's get this guy fixed. And so that's what happened here. We got this fixed, and we could see that the flow regime has changed dramatically, with the water going down to basically zero overnight. Just some tiny peaks due to that fountain that's still triggering. So we look at the data in multiple ways. This is another way that we like to look at. This is diurnal flow. So this is the average flow per month. This is August, September, October, November. We can see here that and the blue is the data collected while there was a leak, and the orange is after we fixed it. And so we can really see a dramatic change in the average amount of water use after we fixed, again, that one toilet. So up here, this is midnight on October, for the month of October, and the average flow is 200 liters per hour. So again, we've got that down to, I think, 1 liter. With this data, we're then able to do some calculations. So we were able to calculate, and so we have a standardized method for this that applies to all facilities so that we can compare apples to apples. So prior to us going and fixing that toilet, this facility had, or 82% of the total amount of water coming into it was being lost to that one toilet. We have an average here, and we have it separated by months down here. After we came in and fixed the toilet, we got that down to 0%. That's compared to the past flow regime. With the new flow regime, it's less because it's less leaking. They're now only losing 1% of the water that's coming into the business. We're able then to also just calculate, how much is used per hour before and after. So before it was 233 liters per hour, and we've got that down to 55 liters an hour. With that, we can calculate how much was being lost. So previously, they were losing through that toilet 190 liters per hour, and after we've got it down to 0. Now, this is showing 1 liter down here for the month of October, and this is showing 0, so less than 1 liter effectively. And with that, we can calculate the savings. So we have the savings by month here, and this is just an average. So, per day, we're saving 4,276 liters. Month, 130,000 plus liters, and per year, over 1.5 million liters of water at one facility. And we've got 42 facilities on the list. So the numbers are quite shocking. If you think about it, just you might not think a toilet's leaking that much, but every minute it's been running for 60 seconds, and every hour it's been running for 60 minutes. So it really, really adds up to astronomical numbers. And but it's so great that we can go in and fix these things just that easily. So as Colin had mentioned, we're probably about 3/4 of the way through the project. And so we do have some projected outcomes. They're projected, we've fixed the majority of the leaks at this point. But they're projected because we don't necessarily have the data. The data hasn't come in from the engineering department yet, just to confirm them. But these are effective. This is how we've been overall effectively. So this graph here is showing the sum of the amount of water that was lost per primary business type, and before and after we've gone in and helped them reduce their amount of water. So the blue line is the amount of water being lost beforehand, and the orange is how much is being lost after we've implemented a fix. I should say that this axis here, as most of these numbers are cubic meters of water. I like to refer to liters because it's a bit more approachable. So there's 1,000 liters in a cubic meter. And so what we're seeing here is, 1,500 or 1,500 liters, for example. So you can, and I've split this graph in two as well to show the sites that don't process food. So that's over here, and the sites that do process food. So obviously you can see that we've had a lot more success in businesses that don't process food. Commercial, we've got down to next to nothing. Residential, there's still some, a little bit left. There's some leaks underground. For example, at the one site, people are showering, which is kind of counted in this, and we'll be adjusting those numbers for the final report. Offices, we fixed 100%. Medical buildings and recreational facilities, again, fixed 100% of the leaks there. Because it's generally easy. These buildings, what they have in common is that they don't have large pieces of infrastructure that use water. So it's really easy to fix toilets, shut off irrigation systems, and the like. And then we get over into the facilities that do have larger pieces of infrastructure that we can't just necessarily fix in half an hour's time with a site visit, but which there are things that can be done in the long term as it gets replaced out and the like. So we've seen that, so we are able to fix some things. This assisted living facility number came down to us working with the building manager to fix their irrigation system. It was just pouring water into the parking lot, for example. Grocery stores have really calmed down. Now, this might be a bit of a seasonal savings because they've effectively shut off a number of swamp coolers for the winter months as not needed any longer. And likewise with hotels, they shut off some swamp coolers. So what we're able to use all this data to actually calculate how much we've been saving. And so prior to the fix, in these 40 buildings or 42 buildings, we were losing 11,551 cubic meters per hour. And after we've gone in and had interventions, we're down to 4,425. That's a lot used and a lot saved, and we have more that we can do in the long term. But just to put these numbers in perspective, like over time, saving 7,000 liters per hour is significant. But when you put that to the day time frame, that's 171,000 liters. And once we get into months and years, we're talking millions of liters. So in a month, due to this program and working with these businesses, we're saving 5,000 or 5 million plus liters, and over the course of a year, 62 million liters of water. In terms of percentage, the average percent of water being lost by business before we came and had an intervention was 63%. And we've now got that down to 12% just by easy interventions that we can usually implement right on the spot or within a couple of days. So the project is coming to an end, and there's still some water that can be saved in the long term by working with these businesses. These are our next steps to finish off the project and make recommendations. So we still have a couple small scale issues that we can just get fixed and have completed. There's the larger scale water saving opportunities that we've identified at businesses that handle food. And so with that, we want to really nail down exactly what those are. Based on that, we can calculate how much water would be saved. Say if a compressor was swapped out, those sorts of things. So what's our return on investment on that? And then present that along with research in the final report, which would probably be finish in about, let's say, end of January. So there's a number of other municipalities that are doing work similar to this. Vancouver and the Capital Regional District, so Victoria, have a lot of great information that will go into this final presentation. So that's it for where we're at in this project, and it's been exciting. It's been positively or well received, and we've made a big difference even just to date.
Thank you, Rory. Are there any questions? Yeah, Councillor Lenwick is up first. You get the full screen.
Rory, can you go back? I think it's 3 slides. Yeah, right there.
This one here?
No,
Okay, great.
one more. I had one. No, the other way.
This one here?
That one, yes. Just
Great.
under the hotel, the sum of loss prior to fix and the sum of loss after fix, there's not as big a discrepancy with a hotel as there is, say, with the grocery store.
Yes.
Why is that?
Well, the grocery stores,
Is it just the
The
volume
reason
of use?
no, what it is that the grocery stores are in more modern buildings than the hotels that we've been going to. So they have water saving devices, or like devices that use water that can be shut off seasonally. So that's what we've seen here, is that their swamp coolers for cooling their walk-in coolers effectively have been shut off for the winter, where the hotels are in more confined spaces in older buildings. And so they don't necessarily have water cooling systems for their walk-in coolers and ice makers that they can necessarily shut off because it's cold outside. So that's what we've seen there. That's the primary thing. If you saw a hotel in a newer building, you might see more seasonal water savings.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else? Council?
I put my hand up, but I don't know if you guys can see that.
Yeah,
don't
well,
think you
we've
can
got
see mine
Rory's
either.
slides up. Sorry, Keith. We've got Rory's
Yeah.
slides up. Yeah.
I
I'll
don't know
be,
about
I'm up as well.
And then Councillor Lockenberg. Okay.
Yeah, I just wanted to take an opportunity, Rory, to thank you for your work and your presentation. I remember we had started to have conversations about rolling out the ICI meeting to everyone, and we thought it might take a while. And I'm really glad to see that we've been able to do this project, that we've been able to get this coverage, that you've been able to collect this data, the significant water savings there. We should be really proud of this work, and I really thank you guys for identifying it. Like the signature problem identification that I'm seeing in here is just excellent. So I don't really have any questions. It was well understood, it was well articulated, and I'm just very grateful for the work that was done here. It was very high quality to my mind. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Lockenberg?
Rory, excellent work. We're really impressed, and I'm curious to see how you might see this, and maybe also this is a question for the CFO, how we might use some of these techniques to explore some of the challenges we face with the other end of the utility, which is the sewage side of it. Some of the leaks and problems that we might face with water going into stormwater and so on. Like we have, so stormwater going into our water treatment facility. And I understand that we know where some of those problems are, but as you identified, granted you've got different tool set there, but as you identified, say that it was a leaky toilet, or you're really able to pinpoint using data and then using that as a jumping off point to further investigation. Could you, in your mind, see a way to apply some of those techniques to addressing issues with our whole water treatment system in general?
Yeah, effectively what you'd be able to do is you could have a pretty simple monitoring program for your stormwater system. And I'm able to say that because that's actually what I did in stream and river monitoring. I was a stormwater technologist. So I used to do this in and around Metro Vancouver. And effectively, what you could do is you could monitor the flows in your sewer system to confirm where the water is going. You could also have like simple simple sampling programs. So if you want to look at the outflows, you could collect a grab sample and say, hey, is this looking high in sediments? Because if it is, we're seeing like overland flow and water not getting treated and the like. So yeah, it could be done. You'd have to look at the city's sewer network to devise a plan, but there's nothing stopping anyone from doing that study.
Well, then, if the CFO can add to that, given the potential for a big cost in the future related to our treatment plant, is this something the CFO or the CEO might comment on too? Can we use some of these techniques?
We have Colin Innes on here as well.
Yeah,
Great.
that's correct. We do have Director Innes, and part of it for me was getting Rory even on board for this program, and then kind of seeing his resume, and then seeing the work that he's done. I think there's a lot of upside here of us continuing to have some sort of work with Rory. Twofold, I guess. One is I think about and the numbers are staggering, and you think about how many homes. Even homes sort of thing, we're just even on water leakage. I'm just thinking, I don't know where that looks. I've talked to him about a few things that I could see into the future, but if we're not having a 1.5 million liters of just fresh water that we've treated just going right into the sewer system, I'm thinking, if I understand correctly, and Director Innes will correct me if I'm not, but having a not a watered down product, which again we always talk about sometimes, that's storm sewer, but even if all this water that's running just through our system was eliminated, I think that helps out with the treatment. So definitely want to pursue some of these plans. Like I said, just even seeing the results on some of the water, I look forward to what we may come up with, and again, taking some of the experiences that Rory has as to how we might do that. Now, again, on one side, you're absolutely correct on the sewer system, and we've done a lot of relining, and that's helped us with some of the overland. We do have some of that tougher questions on, some internal water system inside on Baker Street. We have actually created the storm sewer diversion, but trying to get a business owner there to say, hey, I need to go in and do that kind of plumbing to change that. But this is, again, for me, when I see the work that Rory has done in his approachable manner, that having that conversation, sometimes it can be so daunting, you don't even know what exactly needs to be done, and it may just be fairly simple. It may not be, but those are the sorts of things like you said, if you could pinpoint how we could do that. And I think you start to get numbers on how much is actually, because that's the one thing that I see from Rory, he's able to kind of, in a scientific way, try to figure out, well, this is the water that's actually from wastewater that's going in the system, and this is actually the stuff that you're getting from your leaders that are actually connected into the sanitary system versus the storm system. And so I think it would be good even to get a report on an estimation of how much water that actually is that's getting in there from leaders, so people's rain collection system. So that's one step. The other part you see on Rory's experience is that he's industrial wastewater compliance sort of component, because that was the other thing that we've been struggling with, is the product that we are getting out there, and trying to focus on our high strength users, and is there a way to work with them to pre-treat. And so again, I think there's some good opportunities into the future here to have some additional work taken on by Rory. And like I said, I'll turn it over to Director Innes. He may have his own comments. He's much more astute on these things than I am.
Good morning, everybody. I think that what Rory and Colin have talked about here, definitely makes sense to me. I think that us being able to identify that there's a lot of water that's going through a facility through the metering, our water metering, that's helping us on both ends of the problem, because that's dealing with the water supply end of it, as well as it's also helping identify that there's a lot of water going down the drain that just doesn't need to be there. So I think that can really help us on getting both of those components. Now, to help us in understanding where the water, where other water is getting into the sanitary system, I know there is some inline metering that can be done with that to help identify where those areas are where you'd have the greatest amount of contribution. And so if there are places where we could place some meters to get a better sense of that or to quantify that, that could then help us in being able to get people off of putting, directing stormwater into the sanitary system. I think that anecdotally, we believe a lot of it comes out of the downtown, and as Colin had stated, that there was, there is a provision for hookups there, but with some of the older buildings, a lot of things, kind of like Rory has stated, it's not as simple as being able to shut off a new piece of equipment that's located in a modern building. A lot of it might be more integral to the building itself. So I think a piece of this too would also be trying to work with building owners and how can we help facilitate this kind of change occurring, because there may actually be a lot of work that needs to occur on the other side of the property line just to get the drainage connected to the storm system and out of the sanitary.
Rory, did you have anything you wanted to add to that at all?
I guess I just wanted to say that everything that we're talking about here in an inflow and infiltration project is nothing new. It's something that cities far and wide deal with. A lot of this work is so that you don't have to upgrade infrastructure, as soon as you might have to, water mains, treatment plants, as well as to prevent any sort of flow going out into the river that shouldn't be. So just excited to hear that you guys are talking about it, and excited to sort of be on the inside track of what you're thinking, and I think it's great questions and great ideas that are being shared.
Okay, thanks, Rory. Very good work. And I just wanted to say that thanks to all of our staff over a number of years who've sort of got us on this path, starting with the sewer water master plan that was developed many years ago. And part of that structure and strategy was to make sure that we were cleaning up our own backyard before we went out to talk to the public about how they can sort of assist in that plan going forward. And on that note, I just wanted to mention, it might seem like if people were tuning in to this meeting that commercial buildings were directing storm water into the sewer system. We have to keep in mind that these buildings were doing the right thing at that particular time. In those days, the actual sewer went directly into the lake. It didn't go through a treatment plant at all back then. So everything just went into one pipe and down into the river. And so going forward, I think it's going to be really important that we're cognizant of how this started in the first place. It was not through any malicious intent. And currently, it's still not through malicious intent. That's the only system that's been offered up to those commercial users at this point in time, especially in our downtown core. The other thing that's near and dear to my heart as well, Rory, is we've become known as a bit of a center for microbreweries, etc. And I know I mentioned this in the past, but when we had Kokanee Columbia Brewing Company in Nelson, basically we drove them out of town. We wanted to charge them excessive amounts of money for their water. I'm just wondering how we can work closely with those businesses to keep them viable, and also help them figure out ways to reduce the consumption of water, or potentially what type of water they're putting into the system after they're done processing their product.
Yeah, something that we've really been addressing is because businesses are in difficult times right now, and they don't necessarily have the money to install a new piece of equipment that might cost $5,000. That'll save some amount of water. But where we had real success in this project is just through behavioral changes, as well as simple fixes that can save quite a bit. So in this, we did go to one of the breweries, and we got talking about water use. And so it was noted that like a typical brewery, uses like say 1 liter of to make 1 liter of product, 10 liters of water is used, and that's on average. But there are some breweries that are getting that down to 5 liters of water being used to create 1 liter of product. So they're aware of these, and one thing that we might be capable of is just working with them to find really easy ways to get that down to say seven liters to make 1 liter of beer. We might be surprised. Colin McClure and I were also talking, and there's mention of some breweries filtering out yeast before it goes to the treatment plant. That yeast really overloads a treatment plant. And like, is there some simple way to solve that? So one way we might be able to do it is just by doing a little bit of research. What are some of these other municipalities and breweries doing? And is there anything that could be done, that's cost effective, that would make a big difference?
Thanks, Rory. I'm glad that's the line of thought that we're using going forward with our commercial customers. And that was an excellent report. And again, as I said earlier, it's just one more step in the plan to get doing the right thing around consumption in general, and in this particular case, the water system. Thanks, Colin McClure and Colin Innes, and thank you very much, Rory, for your report. Appreciate it.
Okay. Oh, you're welcome. My pleasure.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, next up.
Rory, again, you're welcome to stay with us, but also understand if you're got other things that you need to do, you're more than welcome to leave if you like. So the next part I wanted to discuss kind of dovetails some of the work that Rory was part of, and was the letter that I sent out late last night. I apologize for the lateness, but one of the reasons we have been waiting to get some results from data. So we sort of do the meter readings that we have. We basically do them on the first of the month, so that kind of gives us what's happened in the 30 days prior. And so one of the fixes that had happened at Rosemont Mobile Home Park, which I know council we've been dealing with over the last couple of years, and they had stepped up in 2019 and had done a number of fixes, but there was still a concern from council in that we had seen on because they've got kind of two parts of the property. One has on the north meter has 24 units, and one on the south meter has 21. And so certainly the work that they were able to do and the repairs they did in 2019 had done a real positive drop in the southern side, and council had agreed to move them onto a flat rate, but also were wanting to work. And so there was some talk of holding on payments as refundable to allow for an assistance to the owner taking on an expensive repairs, and also understanding that the people that are renting. So I'm assuming here that you had a chance to see the letter and see the graphs that I had sent out last night. They have put on the agenda. The part of it was sort of a wrap in here, and I'm not looking for necessarily a resolution, but just even some direction or options from council is where I presented this at. But was really so pleased to see, and again, I know that it was hard on the owner to even get someone during COVID here to be able to come out and work with him on his property, but he did find McNally seems to be quite strong, and again, he works inside our own system and with our own staff at different times, but he was able to go out and assist. And I think that, coupled with some of the direction with Rory and just the owner's own kind of understanding of his trailer park, they found kind of, I want to say, the smoking gun, because you can see from the graphs that the water has plummeted from where the water usage going, and obviously it was water loss. So it was significant, and the positive news on that is that we had that fix was done late October. So when we did the October numbers, we didn't really get a feel of what's happening. And we have seen in other situations where someone, because we have such pressure coming in our water, that you fix one section, say of galvanized, or you fix one section over here, then the water just finds another place and it blows out. So what was fantastic to see was that over the past month and the work that was done has held strong there. The other thing that the owner had noted is that they also did put a bit of they did put a pressure reducing valve to try to help with that, because I think he was saying that it's coming at 80 or 90 pounds on a PSI sort of thing, and then he's bringing it down slightly, which again will assist in not blowing it out to different people's locations. So overall, I think a really strong investment. I think that when council was made aware of this and provided direction to council, this was sort of the goal in the end, was to get them back into what would be classified as normal use. And certainly what we are seeing is that they are in that normal use. And so there's a couple of options that were outlined there. It was interesting because, as we all know, you think back a year and you're like, well, I think we did this, or I think we did that. And we had gone through a number of motions at the time. And what caught both the corporate officer, Winton, had pointed out that in doing some of the steps, we had definitely kept the owners on, or the property on a meter for the north side, but did say, yes, we've seen a real improvement, and we moved them to the flat rate on the south side. And in part of that work that was taken on, there was a motion saying, hey, we want to reward, and council did reward in a sense that they gave a 30% discount even on what the meter was on the north side, because there had been a 30% drop in water usage during the summertime. He didn't get all the fixes, obviously, but when we turn the corner now and we see it, upwards of again a 75% just even since the summer, and 84% decrease in water loss from a year ago. Those are some significant numbers, and it really does show that the system has tightened up. And in the letter I put in there that there was a resolution that was deferred, and I think part of it, the reason it was deferred, because we wanted to see what the work was done. Either that, or we just forgot about it, which is also possible. But council, under that resolution, had said that they would be willing to have the payment, which was the basically the 6 months of the north side in 2019 be held. It's about $22,000 potentially be held as a refundable, depending on what kind of work was done in 2020. And obviously we've seen that they've been successful. So I wanted to, again, raise that with council. Again, if you see the letter or have seen the letter, or the memo, you should see that there were a number of options. They want to be not doing anything, and my staff would be that we would move them on to all on the flat rate, to recognize that they definitely have done a big job on water loss. And you can see from options 2 to 4 down at the bottom, it's a case of like, hey, we had looked at committing at least as a minimum putting back the payment that they had made in 2019 and 2019, but also, what do we do for even in 2020, where a couple of different suggestions there, where we say, okay, well, won't have to pay any more water for the remainder of 2020, or again, do we say, hey, look, if you had been on the flat fee, you would be able to have had a savings of a larger amount. So anyway, those are kind of the options that I put out there. And again, I apologize that it was as late as it was, but I think it was a fairly straightforward read, and I think council's familiar with it. So part of it for me was a hope, and I know that we don't have all of council here, and maybe just even some discussion may be warranted. I know that Councillor Morrison is going to join us in the afternoon, so whether or not even you want to wait on some of those directions as well, that would be an option. I did invite the owner. I don't know if he is on as a call-in user today, but I think overall a very positive result. I know that even trying to get people, whether it was engineers or people with equipment to help, was not easy in 2019, even into 2020. COVID for one, some part of the reason, but also because everyone's so busy with all of the work that's going on in the community, it was hard to grab people. But I know it was an intimidating sort of note that, you need to get engineering first, but if we're going to replace the whole system, it was upwards of $300,000 to $400,000 to do kind of upgrades. And for someone that's holding onto a piece of property that is helping provide lower income housing for our community, I think that was a real concern overall, not only for the owner, because I think that he's a true believer in providing that type of housing in our community. But the pressure can only come so far when you say, you know what, this land value has maybe more incentive for someone with deeper pockets and an idea of putting in 300 or 400 condos on the property. It's quite a big chunk of property. So those are sorts of things too that I know they would have wrestled with. And again, I'm pleased to see that they were able to, on a individual basis, sort of go through this and, try to limit the cost and get the water down to what would be, like I said, in line with a regular use for a home. So I would just open it up, Mayor, for any conversation that council may want to have.
Yeah, I think, Colin, you touched on it. We're shy 2 council members here at this point in time, and I think there's a number of ideas and suggestions in this document that you sent out to us. And I think maybe if we could defer this maybe to later in the afternoon, when at least Councillor Morrison may be here, or maybe even I just text Councillor Anderson there a few minutes ago, and there's a chance she may be back this afternoon as well. So we could have that further conversation at that point in time. One thing that, is that your finger I see there, Cal? Oh yeah, it is. Yeah, okay. Just checking. Cal just about cut his finger off yesterday, and he's trying to...
Just keeping an eye on it.
Just keeping an eye on it here. A couple of things that come to my mind in this conversation here, and what Rory presented to us earlier, is the... I don't know if because we have sewer and water fees that we charge everybody. Is there a point in time where we can show the public by working with us on some of these programs that we're on, that here's the kind of savings they could realize, or if we stay on the same course, here's the kind of costs that may be passed on to them. So it sort of ties into what you just presented, Colin. I'm just wondering, through to Rory, I might sound like I'm sort of off base here, but I'm not sure that I am. Rory, I just wanted to know if you could maybe have a word or two on that side, potentially.
Yeah, gladly. I think, well, from my understanding, where the city's costs are in terms of providing potable water and in terms of treating that water, is that the costs are relatively static, or sort of 80% fixed costs and 20% are sort of variable based on how much is used. And that's something that Colin and I discussed. But where we get into a problem is where we have to upgrade infrastructure to accommodate that new flow that's coming, or that overuse. So certainly could do calculations to say, a treatment plant would be this much to construct, and maybe it could be put off, or putting larger infrastructure in the ground would cost this much. But if we can lower our water by 25%, which may be achievable, we can not incur those costs of installing that greater infrastructure. So it would take a little bit of looking at the numbers and mapping things out in Excel, but certainly a quick research study that could prove useful, even just in in communicating with the public. It might be something that they are interested to know. I know no one wants to pay more taxes, and hey, if they can shut off that toilet in their basement that hasn't been looked at for 5 years, they can make a real difference.
Yeah, I think that's where I was kind of going with this, Rory, that I think we've created the same system in waste as we have in water, where you can use as much as you want, and we'll sort of figure it out at the end. We'll build bigger systems to accommodate the additional volume, or whatever the case may be. We just expand. So I think that's something we might want to, going forward, to look at, is how can we communicate this to the community and the business people in town, that by taking some of these measures, it's actually going to help us level out the cost of sewer and water fees, in fact, and hopefully eventually reduce them substantially going forward. So hopefully we'll maybe start looking at that option to be part of any kind of presentation going forward. So it's sort of, you have a number of pieces there that will encourage people to participate, none the least of which their need to want to help out, and secondly, if they see it as a financial reward or penalty, that maybe they'll be more incentivized to be part of the program.
And Mr. Mayor, I think probably the immediate one is, we were fortunate this summer we didn't have water restrictions, but the last 3 or 4 years we've had cases where you couldn't even use any outdoor watering, and that's the immediate one by reducing this level of water usage. And this is all indoor usage, that regardless of the time of year, and that, in fact, our lowest water availability is in the winter, because of our sources, our creek sources that freeze up in the winter, and there's less availability. And the water master plan's always identified that was our actually vulnerable spot is in the winter, when you can't have people stop watering their lawns. You're actually looking at indoor water usage, and that just creates that ability, as I think Rory said, that you don't need to bring on another source, an expensive source to meet that need. And I think I think people will just appreciate the fact that maybe instead of that water going down the drain, they can actually water their garden and front lawn.
And on Councillor Page, we'll get to you in a second. Thank you. Just on supplemental, if you don't mind, there's another piece of this puzzle here too, Colin, Innes and Rory, is I think we're committed to having a certain amount of water on hand for fire protection as well. So when we have a full reservoir, it doesn't mean that we have lots of water. It means we have a certain amount of that reservoir that has to be held in storage for fire suppression. And with the reports we've received recently around potentially wildfire risk and so forth, it's more important than ever to have that water in storage for us. So, Councillor Page, do you have something you wanted to add?
Yeah, just to bring it back to the conversation about the trailer park, I did have a couple maybe seeds to plant for the rest of the discussion this afternoon. These are dramatic changes on daily use over the course of this project, and again, just one good piece of work after another today, so thank you. I'm wondering about a trigger metric specifically for users like this. Do we want to foresee, if this number was to rise back up above 75 meters squared per day of average use, do we want to envision something that just allows the policy to put it back to a metered rate as opposed to having to come back to council? That's one I'm seeing some nodding heads, so that's seed number one. The other thing with this one is I'm wondering if we want to delay the decision until we have at least another 2 or 3 months of data and measures to show that savings is being sustained, and that we don't pop another leak somewhere down the line after it's been sitting in that system. Because from what I'm seeing, we have 1 month, and I love it. I want to see 3. And the third thing is, part of the incentive structure here was to keep it on the North Shore, to drive that incentive to get this fixed, plug this hole. It's leaking money on top of water. And I'm wondering if it might be more appropriate to refund, like obviously move it down, reward that on a go forward basis. But I'm wondering if we want to refund the monies that we deferred, maybe refunding into the affordable housing fund instead, so someone else can use them.
Okay, so that's part of the conversation we'll have later on. We could have that conversation now because we do have a quorum, but I think in all fairness, maybe we should have the full council here, since they indicated they'd like to participate in the afternoon. So thanks for that.
Yeah, I just want to give staff a lead time on those.
Yeah, thank you. All right. Thanks, Colin McClure, for putting this together. We appreciate that. and onward and upward. Next on the list.
Okay, apparently I was cutting out on my
Yeah, a
computer
little
audio. I
bit,
don't
yeah,
know if
but
this is any.
we did
Is
get
it
you
better?
back, though.
You came back pretty fast. You were
Yeah.
good.
Yeah, it came back pretty good, yeah.
Colin, can you turn your volume up? You're using your phone now?
I am.
Can you just turn the volume up slightly?
Is that better? No.
You were better the other way.
Like better when I was cutting out, or
You didn't cut out that much. I heard you.
okay. Well, for right now, I think that we'll try to go with this. I've got a presentation as well here. It's nothing that council hasn't really necessarily seen before.
We
I
got you
think
now, Colin. We got you much better now.
Okay.
Thanks, Sarah.
All right. So I'm thinking that I'm going to go through the presentation that I have for the water and sewer utilities here. And I know some of these documents council already has. Some came and picked up physical copies. It also kind of ties in, would be a bit more of a conversation. One of the things that I note that just when Rory was doing the calculations on water loss there, I was just saying based on an annual basis, the amount of savings of water from the work done at the Rosemont is about 42 million liters in a year. And when I think about, we have, I think 120-ish of new residents coming on, whether or not that's the Reimer Building and 205 Hall Street and not including even the whole here, that's where I think, as Rory had mentioned too, that we don't want to have to, it's pretty hard to go and build another reservoir or, bring other sources in. So that's where, like you had said, Mayor, having the cost of conservation, it may not be felt that way if you got a flat fee, but certainly would if we said, oh, hey, wait a second, we now have to really increase our infrastructure. I actually have a hope that with Rory's experience that there may be a potential this summer, even in working maybe, again, with council's permission to look at, could he train up some of our youth to be sort of those ambassadors, and whether or not, again, Rory is quite fascinating. He said at first many people, because the many were on the commercial side, were a bit skeptical, a bit worried about what was the city doing, what was the city getting involved with? Oh, they got a meter, what are they? And yet many of them do have some great managers that are proud of the products they're putting in, whether or not they're, the low flow tanks and low flow toilets and all those sorts of things. So there's a lot of people wanting to do the right thing. But what was really positive for Rory, he said, is that, you come in and you say, yes, they've got a water loss, and, they kind of got their arms crossed and saying, well, I don't think I've got any water loss. What are you guys, up to? And then, you put the dye in, and he could show very quickly that, well, look what's happening with your toilet here. It's just running, and he could very quickly with a screwdriver, because he has that capability, just to adjust the flow, and boom, they were just saving 170 liters an hour that was going, straight in our system, now fixed. And all it took was, Rory kind of doing that. And then they're very pleased and very appreciative of council making this program available. So I could see potentially, because if that's on 41 units and you've got 171 as an average liters from a toilet an hour going, I think it would be great to find out, would there be a way, or would be a willingness of our public to have them have some of that, some of our toilets look back on the 4,000 homes we have, and what kind of water savings would that be, and what does that look like going forward, especially as we add in upwards of 240 units if you take the Vernon Street, program that's coming. That's a lot of new users coming onto the system. So that's where as Rory had talked about and Kevin had talked about, if you look at what the future infrastructure demands are, and we can put that out a number of years, that will certainly have some extreme value just in saving water, which I think everyone wants to do. So anyway, I'll leave it at that. I'm going to now go, and so bear with me here. I did work through this with Sarah, and she was very kind to me. And
So, Colin, Rory, don't feel bad, Rory, if you've got other things to do. I'm not sure that what's coming up next, it may or may not interest you, but it's up to you. You're entirely welcome to stay. But if if you wish to do something else, go by all means. Especially if you're on our payroll right now, we want you to be doing something. So rather than sitting in the living room watching us.
Client research.
Yeah, do more research.
More research. Yeah, well, I've been finding it interesting to date. So I was just ducking out to make a coffee, but we'll call this a coffee break. Maybe I'll just stick around for a little bit. But,
Okay, terrific. Okay, you're welcome. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to share here and go through my my presentation.
Okay, onward and upward.
Okay.
Full screen that. Thank you.
Okay, so this was just a tie-in for our water and wastewater. We had met back in November, and council had provided some direction, so I wanted to go through the results of that and some other information that's it's always fascinating to me, how our community responds. Always, I think, important for council to know, when they make changes, for example, giving conforming suites a 75% discount on what the fees are being for those ones versus a conforming suite. Do we have a change in behavior? And I'll talk a bit about that later, but yes, we seem to. So the one thing, and again, too, may be difficult to read. I'm hoping some of you have your physical copies, or you can read this. Wasn't much change here other than we did take back, because council had said, hey, we are concerned about business.
Excuse me, Colin, can you, what you did yesterday, whatever you did to make your presentation full screen, we aren't seeing each slide individually.
Oh. Okay. That's great.
That's good.
Okay. All right. Well, thanks, guys. Thanks, Sarah, for letting me know. So I classified this one again as final A. The first sheet is our wastewater utility, and so we had taken back council's direction where we had an increase proposed at the time, or options, and council said, look, we're okay with a residential rate increase of 1.5%, but we would like to see the ICI group stay at 0, and then again, as the document goes forward, we have everyone back on a 1.5% increase on inflationary, because again, we built on the commitment, as the mayor has talked about, and this council is aware of many councils ago, that really increased the rates for utilities, for water and sewer, and part of that was to deal with the infrastructure deficit that we had. And we've made great strides, and we'll see a bit of that in the next slides as far as some of the work that has been done on wastewater and sewer. So again, to be able to have inflationary increases while preparing for, we believe that we are going to have to improve or increase or replace our sewage treatment plant. So that's a big price tag, and I know the council has seen some of those numbers, and it's upwards of the 20 million is where we're at. However, we also respect that we are going through an update of our wastewater master plan, much like we've done with water, which again is so key to both council and to employees to have a plan, and then we can act on it, and we certainly have. And so that plan is where we're at this year. Is a real kind of a planning year, so not a big capital year, and part of that you'll see under row 41. Column AS, where we're at $759,000 this year. And the big key of that is that we're preparing for what we believe is a significant upgrade to the sewage treatment plant in the near future. But we are also having that sewer master plan. We'll look at a number of different options. And that, I think, coupled with some of this continued work, as we spoke earlier about the high-strength users. Again, it'll be quite interesting to me to see if there's any change with some of the water loss improvements that we've made, whether or not that helps the system out or not. But that's, again, some future work. But we've got a big planning year. Now, that's I think Council has seen these slides, and we sort of discussed the capital components and where we're at for some of the projected actuals. I don't know if Council has any other questions on this, because we did go over it thoroughly at the previous meeting, but I will wait to see, Mayor, if there is any questions on this particular sheet for today.
Mr. Mayor, the only comment I think Council should be cognizant of is this assumes that large grant in 2026. So that's, if that didn't come through, that's would significantly change reserves at the end of the day. And so if you take that into account, I think it's responsible to try to build that reserve to reduce some of that risk.
I would agree with that, Kevin. I think that's been the success of this program from day one, is that we made sure we were able to look ahead and see what was potentially coming at us as far as future costs. So I think it'd be prudent on our behalf to continue having that sort of vision.
Okay, Mayor, if there's no other questions on this particular sheet, like I said, for those that are listening or watching or have been involved, we went over in depth on sort of the current year's projects in 2020 and what was happening with 2021. The next slide, I think, is a really key one, because if you look at how much work has actually been done in the past, 15 years, it's significant and has really improved overall some of the overland water seepage that goes into our system, so that's helpful. And you can see that for 2020, we had a number of major projects. One, we tied in with the work where we had the Sellis Creek line going up to Mountain Station. At that, since we were in there working, we also improved the sanitary system there. You can see that, wastewater. The other big one is the other green line that's down by the A&W. You can see that it's the line, the force main that we replaced underneath the highway as MOTI was doing the upgrade to the highway there. We took that opportunity to put in a new pipe, which I think is extremely valuable considering the age of the previous pipe and the location. And so I think a really good opportunistic, and again, staff thanking council that they allowed for that as a late addition to the budget last year to be able to get that work done. I think it'll improve very valuable for the city going forward.
Any questions of Colin? Okay, carry on, Colin. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. So the next slide is the water. Again, same document that you had seen before, but there is one change, and it's down highlighted in yellow. You'll notice that we've got 1.5 million in 2021, so that would be row 66, column AR. And I just will turn it over to Director Innes, in that he had gone through a number of items that were required by the province for dam safety and source protection, and just maybe let him outline. We had an addition of about $60,000 to the operating budget for some studies that need to be completed, and I'll let Director Innes speak to those.
Okay. Yeah, as Colin was saying, there's a couple of items here that have come up in our dam safety. Now, Mountain Station Reservoir, I know we've always thought of it as being a reservoir, and it quite obviously is. But in the eye of the Diking Authority of British Columbia, they also see it as being a dam because it's holding a large quantity of water above the city. And so as part of that, being that it's been noted by them as being a dam, and that they're wanting us to go through the proper inspections and to get a number of documents put into place here. We've asked for $25,000 to deal with a formal dam safety inspection. Now that's something that has to be done by a geotechnical engineer to make sure that they feel that the reservoir is in a stable and safe location, and for them to do that work. And then there's also a work that needs to get done annually where because of where the reservoir is situated, it's actually considered to be a high risk dam. And so every year there's a reclassification process that needs to be gone through to see is the status of this changed. There's a bunch of test operation that we need to do of various components. And then there's a collection of readings. There's a piezometer that's been installed there to monitor the amount of water that's in the slope. And of course, that all is useful information to see how stable things are there. And so there's been that package of work that's been identified for the dam safety at about $25,000. An additional piece of work is we've been working with Dobson Engineering, and I guess this has been through with the work that we've been doing with Urban Systems as well. And what this work is source protection plans and filtration deferral. And so there's been a bunch of work that's gone on the source protection that Dobson's done, and there's been a lot of stakeholders that have been brought in for us to work with and to work on protecting our sources. Now, of course, that's the watershed that feeds the 5 Mile line, but also our Sellis and Anderson Creek areas as well. And so that work has been going on here throughout the year, and so there's the money here just in order to get that work finalized, and so we can get that done. And the last piece of it is, I guess, not related strictly to the Mountain Station Reservoir, but also gets it back into various geohazard and landslide issues. In which there's an assessment of slope stability and a hazard terrain assessment in the 5 Mile pipeline route that needs to be looked at. And there's also a high-risk site that's been identified in the 5 Mile just upstream from where the intake is. There's an old, from what I understand, an old road that would have existed that's showing that needs to have an assessment done of that to ensure that we don't get a slide that would occur, because of course that would cause us a massive impact to the water source, and could even potentially make it so you've plugged your intake and that water is not available to you. So there's in the 5 Mile line, and then to take a look at our other tributaries and to see if there's other geohazards that would be there that are things that we need to be cognizant of and prepared for. So all of that work is what is highlighted in that line item that Colin's identified.
Thanks, Director Innes. Certainly appreciate that.
Any questions for Colin Innes? Colin, hearing none. Colin, I noticed you have on the 5 Mile pipeline replacement going out to 2025. You have major upgrade projected there.
Yes, and so again, right now what we are working through, and as we discussed in the November meeting, we've got the grant that's got Sellis Creek going to Mountain Station, and the next step will be for the Anderson Creek line to be also the pipe put in and then a pump put in so that we can also bring Anderson Creek water up to the Mountain Station. Part of that work that we discussed as well was the plan for a future 5 Mile, so we would probably have A, some redundancy, B, the new route that we're looking at for the 5 Mile pipeline would actually create hydro generation opportunities. So that's where we have that certainly in the plan out a bit further. Part of it is because we can't take on all that we have, and again, with some of the mitigation that we plan to do over the next couple of years, that the timing of that would be what we've got scaled out in the plan right now.
So I was just wondering how that slope stability analysis you were going to do now would that not? I just wonder about the timing. I know it'll have to be done, and I know the reservoir for sure will have to be committed to doing the safety upgrades there. That's a no-brainer, that one. But is that calculated into the potential upgrade of that 5-mile pipeline replacement?
I think, Mayor, because of where we're at today, we would like to know and see if there's anything that we need to be aware of. That's why we want to get that assessment done. Because, as you had noted, we're looking at 2025 to start, and it would take a number of years. So we're still looking till 2027 until we would actually have a new line ready for 5-mile to be able to replace that or create redundancy in case anything happens. So that's why we're doing that work now, because it may come back and we may be talking to you next year saying, hey, we found out that we've got some issues here and we need to invest some money in making sure that we're stable and that we've got to increase the stability of an area, to make sure that we get that current 5-mile pipeline, because it's our main feeder that gets us up, that we can get it working keep it going for another 7 years. So that's why that work's being done.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Any further questions?
Honey,
Kevin, you had something you wanted to add?
yeah, just in terms of the flood risk as well. I know this spring, I think it was this spring, when Anderson Creek was overtopped the culverts there. There was not a lot of knowledge of what the risk of the stuff coming down that creek and causing further challenges for the city. So Colin Innes, will that be part of this assessment? What's the risk of that creek being bringing down debris that would cause flood risk within the city?
Kevin, no. I have identified, though, in talking with for our general fund, because of course that's where our stormwater piece goes. There is, through the assessments that were done of the Anderson Creek channel, there's a lot of vegetation work that needs to be done there to get vegetation out of the channel. And so the piece where we need to do that work, though, is on the downstream of where our intake is, and so it falls more into the stormwater end of things than in the water end of things.
Thank you. Okay. I'm not hearing anybody else. Councillor Luxembourg, I can see you now. Yeah. Okay, onward and upward, folks.
Sorry, John, I just had one question.
Okay, carry on. Yeah.
Sorry, unless Rick was. I'm looking at the line 54 and the residential metering rate potential for out in 2027, and I see that as a chunk of work that we're envisioning if funding is available, if I believe my understanding is correct. Listening to a little bit to what Rory was talking about and thinking about sampling opportunities, do we envision maybe an opt-in program on the residential side to scatter some of the residential meters around and be able to collect? How effective that might be at collecting some data to know where we might need to be focusing additional effort in those residential areas? As opposed
Very good question, Councillor Page. And we do now have a number, but I think it's only, I'm going to say between 3 and 5 of residential. And so that is certainly something we can look at into the future as well. But again, it is one of those questions that I think that I would see in the next few years that we would need to really make a decision as to whether or not we even want to think about residential metering. Just because of the overall cost. This has kind of been on here as many of these things can. Councillor Page, when a previous council was interested in looking at that, and I'm not trying to discourage people from, the water meter has its value, but as as we talked about before, with approximately 80% of our costs being fixed and for capital, one of the challenges that comes with telling someone that we're going to increase your rates or that we're going to put in a meter, even some of the challenges we had in our commercial properties on the plumbing not being up to standard, and that's not as easy as one thinks. But to make that investment, and then you'd have to have billing and another employee that does the meter reading and all that sort of thing, it does become expensive. And at what value? And that would, you know, and as we are right now with our water system, that's certainly something that is debatable. And some would say, you know, really strongly that yes, you have to have it. Others would say no. But the other thing that is clear is that what happens in the future, and when I say future, I'm talking about, again, 2050 or later, because we are looking at deferral for our, you know, because we have some of the purest water in the country. It would seem quite challenging to agree to build a filtration plant up at the Mountain Station Reservoir area to filtrate our water. But in some of the ways that the province is moving, you know, even as Councillor Ennis spoke to, it's a deferral. It's not an outright, you know, you guys have some of the cleanest water in the world, you're fine. With the, you know, ministry's sort of application of the rules across the whole province, we have deferral, but there is always a potential that it does become something that is required for treatment. And if we ever went to treatment, then you start running into questions about, you know, then the variable cost of you getting that water certainly increases. And at that point in time, you would really want to start looking at, you know, a meter to be able to differentiate those that are using more than others. Anyway, in saying that, I think it's a great question, and it's certainly something that we do have some monies available in 2021 and ongoing for ICI and strategic metering, and I think that we should probably be looking into that as far as, you know, great idea to have a number of other residentials pop up. The one, or get included in our data collection. One thing that is always reviews and has great value for us is that we have Zone 1, and the Zone 1 is all residential, and so we know on a global, I think it's about 260 residences there, that we collect information on an average basis of what gets used in a larger group area of homes. So that's one of the things that does help us a bit on understanding water usage in the residential area. But again, some great suggestions and certainly something that we can consider.
Kevin?
Yeah, just to add to that, you know, I think we've talked about this in, you know, in any of our programs, when, you know, whether it's a water ambassador program or the EcoSave program, is just making sure when we have those touch points with residential customers that we're assessing, you know, the whole property, whether it's wildfire risk, you know, whether they have the proper fixtures, do they have old toilets, are they leaking, those sorts of things. So I think we definitely want to keep doing that to make sure that we're addressing those when we're there. And the other thing, as Colin mentioned on the, you know, that one zone that we is all residential, you know, the fact that we have ICI metering now, now we'll know what the ICI usage is in a mixed zone. So the balance, you know, the difference will be residential. So if we see a zone where there's, you know, we back out the ICI and know what that residential portion of the system is using, and I think we can almost, you know, calculate it on a zone basis by a process of deducting one from the other. And maybe Colin Innes, does that make sense? Do we have that capability? Once we back out the ICI, the balance should be residential.
Yeah, that's correct, Kevin. If the ICI is out of it, then really what's left will be your residential usage there. So being able to see that ICI piece really helps us in being able to make that split and then see what we're seeing. And then of course, being able to compare against various zones, knowing the number of homes in them, you can start to see if there's a much higher use in one zone over another, which would probably be indicative of there's issues going on, as opposed to people living in various regions of the city and using water, not wasting water through something, but having just a higher use because they live in one neighborhood over another.
I just want to pick up on a little bit what was said there. It's going to be a bit of a lobster on the table, so just steady yourselves. But It would be really interesting to see if we could break down the average daily for Fairview versus Rosemont versus Uphill with those ICI backed out and actually do a competition or community outreach to be like, let's get Rosemont to a better average daily than Fairview. Here's the numbers. This is what it is for January. Do what you can. Here's the programs available. This is how you could prevent leaks. This is how you could tighten up the system. Come February, see where that number is. Come March, see where that number is again, and do a little bit of a, if it's a ton of work, obviously it's not going to work, but I just think it's a way of activating people to do that cleanup and that tighten up.
Don't sell all of our features. Rory will be coming at us with all kinds of ideas of how to keep working with us. So we need to talk about these things, and it's a great idea. Those are some good ideas, and I think that that's the sort of math that we would like to look at as well, and be able to, focus on again, helping those. It's not a case of penalizing, but helping those where we can find areas where, again, it may be a plumbing upgrade. How does that work, and how does that fit in? And again, this would be a place too where maybe you could focus on having someone go into residential homes and find out what's happening with their toilets and whether or not they're leaking, and a flapper or a float needs to be adjusted. So, yeah.
Okay, any further questions? Hearing none, carry on.
Okay, so a couple of things I wanted to note. Again here, what happened with the water utility was that there's a 2% increase on the residential rate, and ICI is at 0 for 2021 based on council's direction, but then going out on the spreadsheet, everyone's at a 2% increase. Again, some of the numbers that we have in the budget include the fact that we expect to have a number of new larger buildings coming on, and we do see others that are making changes, whether adding suites. The fascinating thing for me, twofold, was that we had 5 non-conforming suites spend the effort and the time to get theirs conforming, so I think that is fantastic. And again, I think that there's an automatic incentive that council has provided through the 75% reduction in the fees for that. So again, if you're a non-conforming, you pay the full amount, but if you're conforming, you get a break. So hopefully taking some of that savings and then going and doing the upgrades that are required. So I thought that was fantastic. So we had 5 of non-conforming come to conforming, but we also had an additional 17 new conforming secondary suites come online this year. So I think it's a number of reasons. One, maybe COVID and not being able to work. Well, let's turn part of our home where it's possible into a conforming suite, or let's open that up. Could be that someone took on the time that they had to maybe construct a suite. But it also could just be the driver that, with our low vacancy rate, that, rentals provides a good source of income. And so I think overall, again, some of the desires of previous council to open up the housing stock or make more housing available, you're seeing that not only are people adding secondary suites, but as we know, we've got 40 at the Nelson Cares, 40 plus at the Nelson Cares. We've got the units, 45, I believe, of the seniors over at Lakeside by Dairy Queen. And then we've got another 40 plus with the Reimer building coming on probably late 2021 into 2022. So those, again, are some of the numbers or some of the revenue increases that we are seeing for 2021 for water and sewers, the fact that we've got these new units coming online. Now, so that's helping, obviously, with where we're having for providing additional revenues to help us with our capital. But I also wanted to give a kind of a number for council because I know that they were concerned about the commercial side and what the results of COVID is having on them, and wanting to not have any increase for the current year on the ICA rates for fixtures. And so I wanted council to know what kind of a break that was. And so for water, it's about $13,000 savings to the business community overall. And for sewer, it's about 18. So the total is about 31,500 is the savings overall for utilities for ICI side of the revenue for not having the 1.5% in wastewater and 2% in water utilities. So I just thought, again, council may want to have that number, that an overall savings. I mean, again, I know that people only got a couple of fixtures. It may not seem that much, but an overall savings that went to ICI of not having an increase of about $31,500.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay. So going to the next slide, you can see again where we have done, the blue being sort of what's happened over the last 15 years. 2020, a bit of a big year where we've got the Salis line, again, understanding that was fully paid by a grant that the Public Works was able to achieve. So that's a good news story, again, allowing that revenue to flow, allowing that water to flow up and to get treated at the Rosemont Reservoir, or sorry, the Mount Station Reservoir. Sorry, gapping out a bit here. You can see we did a few other pieces of work. You'll notice many of them had to do with being on Highway 3A. And so again, my hat is off to the Public Works Supervisor, Scott Eagleson, and his team of Public Works employees on the utilities crew. Really worked hard this year. Had a lot of stress in the sense that had to get the work done and completed before paving came along. And we also know that it was disruptive to our business and our residential with certain streets, the Baker Street four-way, being a pretty busy corner, and then for them to be having to dig in there and to upgrade some of our systems. So again, I really want to applaud the work that was done this year by our crews, and really in a timely fashion that allowed. And again, I also want to thank Ministry of Transportation for allowing us to go in and do some of this work and giving us a heads up on the timing of the repaving, because I think that we really worked well together, and it was a very positive result that I see in our water system and then through the paving through Highway 3A. We, again, for 2021, we have a little bit of a lower program in some aspects. We do see the red line you'll see at the very kind of right-hand side of the page, and that's the pipeline that's going to come from Anderson Creek, and then it's going to again, bring that water. We have to build a pump station down at the Elwyn PRD to be able to pump that water up into the Mountain Station Reservoir. So that's the major project. And then you also see on 4th Street there are 2 or 3 blocks of undersized water line that we are going to upgrade there. That's the plan for water for 2021 as far as the line portion of it. Now, Council, we had talked a bit before, and you've seen this a bit. I think part of it was one of the questions that we talked a lot about Mount Station and the Anderson Creek Reservoir and whatnot. But just again, a schematic here, one of the major changes, as you'll see in the top section there, is Sellis Creek. You'll notice now that there is a line that connects Sellis directly to Mountain Station Reservoir. Up till last year, that line did not exist. So Sellis Creek, again, would have been untreated, not untreated, but minimal treated water would have been used at certain times, and you can see where it would have been connected onto skids. Now, I think if there was ever an issue, we could still continue an emergency to be able to flow Sellis down through skids if there was a problem with Mountain Station Reservoir. But the reality is that from Mountain Station Reservoir and the height of it and just the incredible nature of water and how it will get to the different heights. If I'm understanding correctly, so I could use a little bit of help here, Director Innes. My understanding is that sort of that height piece is that where that Mountain Station Reservoir is, that even in itself it would help. And although there's a Rosemont Reservoir, that these are all connected through gravity, allowing that water to go and be held there and then flow out to the different parts of our community. Maybe you can give me a little bit of and Council a bit of insight on that, especially for Rosemont Reservoir, unless there's a separate collection there. And the other question I have, and hopefully this doesn't put you on the spot, but I was wondering if you knew sort of what the cubic meter holding is of the Mountain Station Reservoir.
Well, to the question there about having the flow come from the Mountain Station, yes, that's correct. With the head from Mountain Station, we're able to flow into those other zones. Why Celis had flown into Stibbs, of course, was to add that supplementary water into the system, whereas now we'll be able to bring it all into Mountain Station and run that all through the UV and have it both UV irradiated as well as chlorinated. And sorry, I missed your second question there, Colin.
So two questions I just had. One is the Rosemont Reservoir, is that collecting water and then having a pre-treatment before it goes on, or is it actually part of that ability on the head for Mountain Station to be able to go into the reservoir there?
Yeah, that's correct. That all flows from Mountain Station because they head into the Rosemont Reservoir, and Rosemont Reservoir has treated water from the system in it. Okay. And then the one other thing is, I don't know if off the top of your head if you know what the capacity for Mountain Station Reservoir is and cubic meter size at all. Oh, geez. I can dig that out if you give me a minute. Sorry to put you on the spot, Director. I just thought you might know. But anyway, we'll leave that for another day. I'll leave some questions open, Mayor, to Council if they have any.
Okay, any questions, Council? Hearing none, carry on.
Okay, so based on what we're projecting here for the rates, there would be a $7 increase in your water utility and a $9.90 increase in your wastewater. So that's a total increase of $17 over 2020 for a residence. And again, too, if you didn't have any change in your fixtures, there would be no change for an ICI customer based from 2020 to 2021. So again, the $17 increase for residential rates for 2021 based on what we've got planned here. So always, again, important, I think, because I know Council gets many questions about, where are we at with rates. And you can see here the one column for Nelson, and again, too, I'm going to pick up like Rory here. I think I can do a laser pointer. Yeah, see? I can keep up with the young guys, I tell you. So anyway, on the laser pointer, we've got, here's Nelson for 2020, and here's the suggestion for 2021, so we do have a bit of an increase. And these rates would be before discount. But you can kind of see that, we're not, out of line with our some of our comparators. And when we talk about that, these are some of the comparators that we use when we're looking at council or other wage comparator groups, because they have similar types of budgets, number of employees and populations. So again, we are the highest, but we're not far off from some of the others in this particular group. So that's one thing I wanted to point out. Again, remembering that much like this column here for Nelson is from 2020, all the other columns are also from 2020, because we haven't seen what the new rates are for 2021 for their comparators. Here, you can see here's a kind of a more local comparison. And I actually found this quite interesting, and I don't know, and maybe Director Innes knows, and maybe someone else does know, but I was a bit surprised on where Fruitvale has gone, and also Warfield, because again, we are in Montrose. They're definitely seeing some, I would say similar type of rates that we have, except a much smaller population. So I don't know for sure why, but this is something that we can feed back to council as to reasons why we've seen these increases in these particular communities. One thing I will say, and I know that the mayor talks about this at length, and other councilors will as well, and I know our CAO speaks about it, is that ours may be higher than some of the other communities, but we have really tried to tackle our infrastructure deficit. And as we've looked through the numbers, and as we've seen right now that we're got rid of 16 kilometers of galvanized, and the water usage savings that we have seen because of that work, some other communities maybe they don't have the ability or the will of council to have their rates increase, and unfortunately for them, that will kind of push the infrastructure price up as it goes out into the future, but it will have to be dealt with it at some time. And I may leave it open there, Mayor. You may know, and I know CAO Cormac, you sometimes have a touch base with other communities, but I was a bit surprised on some of the the fees at some of our comparative communities around us.
So on those comparisons, Colin, it's really important to get a handle on exactly what the money's being spent on, or not. And I think the key is or not at the end of the day. So, whereas in our case, our portfolio is managing the overall system, I think, very well. And I'm not sure that that may not be happening in some cases. Councillor Lochtenberg, you had a question?
Thanks, Colin, for that. I'm curious about the messaging going forward to the public. You've already touched on it by saying that it's probably our rates are higher in general, or more or less certainly on the high end, and a lot of that is to be explained in terms of doing better on overall management of these assets. We're taking care of some of the problems that we've had historically and catching up from perhaps an underinvestment in the past. Is there a way to say that what that sort of timeline, or like how this might look in, say, 5 or 10 years in comparison? In other words, our growth of rates are going to level out or sort of hit inflation at most, or even sort of hold steady, while we expect all of these other rates across in terms of our comparisons, will be going up dramatically. I'm just trying to think about communicating the value to the ratepayers over time in comparison, because I think some people think it's quite high.
Yeah, no, and I don't disagree. And yet, even when you look at some of the small ones, even in Samoa, like it is, $800. We're at, closing in on $1,200, but the gap is $300, even between the lowest. Which again, when you think about having as much water as you want come into your, use, and we'll take it away with the waste portion, and you're getting that all for less than probably what people pay on their cell phone plan for a year as well. And again, the gap between even those that have not and is a bit is not that large in my opinion. Again, I understand it could be $20 to $30 a month difference, but overall, I know that we have tackled our infrastructure. I believe many of these have not, and that will come. I mean, it's sometimes one of the things that we do struggle with. The fact that we've got a plan and we've been able to work through the plan and, again, just drop our usage, and we'll see that in the next slide coming up overall, and be able to prepare, allows us to prepare for growth while at the same time lowering our water use. I think that is going to be key for our community. The other communities, I think it's like you pay now or you pay later. And you don't want to get it, like with our plans, we don't want to have a serious breakdown that causes us to have to boil water for a year or two. That may be some of the results that come from some of these communities on not maybe having the will, or maybe not having the plans that we do to make sure that we're not only updating our infrastructure for today, but also preparing for the future. So that's where I would go in discussing that with those in our community that might find that the rates are quite high.
Councillor Page, and then Kevin, you had a question as well, or a comment.
I just want to, I got an answer back from one of the councillors over in Warfield. Just one of my colleagues on the KBLG, Syra, I just asked her that question, and they have a bunch of deferred water system replacements to enable some other projects coming downstream, but they're playing catch up with that infrastructure now. So that's just one answer to that.
Thanks, Councillor Page. I do appreciate the fact that you guys can reach out so quickly and get some of those answers. And thank you for that.
Kevin?
Yeah, I just add, you need to really understand what, those communities are doing, as the mayor pointed out, in terms of, are they actually upgrading infrastructure? We know other communities haven't even, tackled this at all. There will also be other communities that would be using probably the majority or all of their community works fund to fund their infrastructure, whereas we're being able to use that to, to put into things like buildings and parks and other assets we have, which again, I would suspect a number of communities aren't even tackling. And finally, I know Castlegar has another infrastructure tax on which goes to this. I suspect that that's not included in these numbers. So it's hard to, unless you know all those components of it, it's hard to compare apples to apples. What we know is we probably have one of the most robust infrastructure renewal programs in the country. And we are building reserves, as Colin pointed out, and and also anticipating future larger capital expenditures all within our rates. And finally, in my strata, we're paying $570 a year for the septic field and system only. So when you look at that, and I think in one of the water systems, I think in the rural area, weren't they talking about $2,000 or $3,000 a year that they'd be paying for water alone? So I think we have an all-in rate that's very well managed and comprehensive and is what all communities are going to have to get to.
I'm just going to add on the waste side, there's a sewer project going on over there that impacts all of those smaller communities. So as they shift off of tech system.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks for that, Councillor Page. We appreciate it.
Yep.
So again, here's a slide that I think that speaks in a number of things. One, the city sort of dealing with their own in-house leaks. We know that our galvanized piping was a real contributor to water usage or loss, I should say. To see that, as population has increased, we'll see somewhat with the next slide, but 2020 lower than 2019. However, we do, and the mayor spoke about this briefly there, is that the pandemic really did have an effect on a number of our hoteliers and some of the water usage. And again, we do see areas like if you look at 2016 being lower than 15 and 17, we also know that 17 and 18 were drought years, and so hotter. We tend to see a lot of a significant increase in water in that summertime max day usage when we have those drought times when it's really hot. So again, positive news for us is that we are seeing a declining water usage, even though we are increasing in the amount of users of our system. So that again speaks to, I think, to some of the water loss work that we're doing. Again, even I'm going to be interested to see on some of these properties and be able to do some comparisons with other with some of these units that are coming on that have residential, to see, as compared to maybe some of our older buildings that have residential, what is the difference in materials, low flow showers, low flow sinks, and or taps and or toilets. So even though we're bringing on new construction, the new construction itself likely has its own savings just in how the equipment or the infrastructure for those things have improved so much that they're using less water. I don't know if anyone has any questions on this slide. I'm going to move on to the last slide, and this I think is really important, and again, for a number of reasons. One, kind of, it runs in line with the previous graph, but gives us a little bit more insight, and I think that CAO Cormac talked to that. When you look at kind of liters per day back in 1996 to 2011, compared to where we're at, starting in 16, 18, 19, when we started really improving the increase or replacing of the galvanized, that's where you start to see where your losses are, because here's where your winter average and your winter max, where you know that someone's not filling their swimming pool, you know that someone's not watering their garden. This is all internal, and to see how much we've dropped, that to me is a direct correlation to the work that the council directed staff over a number of years here to replace some of these pipes based on our plans. And in the same boat, it is interesting because for me, you look at the purple line, which is the top one, and you see the max day. And I wouldn't have thought that necessarily, but we had, the max days actually ticked up a bit in 2020 versus even 2019, which I know was a bit wetter and cooler. But even for 2020, the end of summer there, we really did have, some heat, and I could see where we had a spike. So that one's always a bit of an interesting one that, again, really tying in with 2016 when we've sort of dealt with our leakages into most part, and now you start to see the fluctuations on, well, how hot was it this summer, or what kind of a heat wave did we have that is having some of those max day numbers come in.
Questions? Okay, Colin, is that the end of your? That's the end of your at least the end of your paperwork, anyway.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Mayor?
Yeah, Councillor Reichenberg.
Just a quick question. Something, Kevin, that you mentioned was that some of our toughest water usage periods are potentially in the wintertime. Do we have a sense of what all of those factors, or do we have a comprehensive sense of all the factors are that we might worry about? For example, we do have some pretty warm days coming in the winter, and early in the winter, sort of the end of the fall, when it's still quite dry. There's not a lot of snow, maybe to recharge the watershed. What does that picture look like? How are we thinking about this what sounds like a pretty critical period, like late fall, early winter? Is that something we're looking at sufficiently?
I will let Colin Innes answer that one. As we lay this all on his fine hands to make sure we don't run out of water. I know, at those fall rains have been critical when we've had those really dry summers. But Colin, why don't you respond? Thanks.
Sure. I think that the work that's been done to really get rid of leaks in the system, and of course the work that Rory's been involved with here as well to really get rid of wasted water is critical in this. The reason for that is that if you take a look back at the chart there, and you're looking at 1996, and you've got quite a range of from where your winter max is all the way up to your maximum daily use. And of course, when you take a look at how much that's it's quite a variable swing that's going on there. And so you're really you're going through an awful lot of water. And as we can see from where we're winding up here, once the effect of attacking all these leaks and such, now we're cycling between a much finer set of thresholds there. Now, with what we're seeing from the urban systems master plan, it's indicating that we've got enough water. I think it was until 2066, and that's based on our population increase and those kind of things working with us. But I think that really the key thing is getting it in so that amount, instead of us having a large swing, that we've got a much smaller swing in water use here, and that we're really getting, because that's telling me that we're getting out of the wasting of the water, we're getting out of the leaks and things that are where we're just losing it. Because unlike in the summertime where we can just say, okay, no watering, there's water restrictions, the use is dropped. You don't have that in the wintertime. That tool is not available to you. You're truly now, this is what people are using, and that's what's being used in the system. And so I really think that obviously you want to pay attention to what's going on with climate change and ensure that we're, have a good view to that as it's coming in the future. But I think from a really practical standpoint of what we're able to do on the ground today, it's really attacking this kind of stuff and limiting that. And so, you're really reducing the demand that you have.
Right. Okay. And as Councillor Page posted in the chat, it's the winter when things freeze up that we have the lowest flow. Like I monitor the creek near my place, and it is pretty variable. And there's where I kind of get a sense that the biggest uncertainty in changing climate is on the shoulder seasons, when you can have these sort of broad fluctuations, long unexpected hot spells, that may impact the recharging of the watershed, where it's just dry for a long period of time. And then you maybe if you push into January when you don't have the snowpack, maybe you're thinking about that. But right now the focus, what I'm hearing is it's on usage. Get that into a place where we've got enough buffer in the system, and then maybe at some future point we'll look at some of the broader issues around, the larger infrastructure. When I think about that, I'm thinking about the watershed and its sort of storage holding capacity.
Yeah, and I think you've characterized that pretty well there, Councillor Lautenberg.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, I think, sorry, just the other thing to add is we are looking at the broader issue. That's why we're looking at another secondary source study that we're doing. That is, for two reasons. To mitigate in the event, 5 Mile doesn't produce what it has in the past, and two, what Colin Innes spoke about earlier in terms of risk management. If we lost that water supply because of a slide or something like that, we're in a world of trouble with that. Certainly our emergency system that we're putting in to be able to pump out of the lake will help mitigates that, as well as improving Sellis and Anderson also mitigates that. So I think we're looking at this from a number of different ways. I just wouldn't want to leave on the impression that we're not working on those areas.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Just in closing, we're going to be taking our lunch break now and be coming back at 1 o'clock. In closing, I don't know if you're coming, Colin Innes, will you be returning? I don't think so. Or are you?
No, I would hope so.
Are you?
Yeah,
Oh, you are.
Your
Okay.
Worship, I think I'll be back because my understanding is we'll be doing some speaking about the sanitation and recycling
Okay,
piece.
excellent, good. I wasn't sure if you were coming back or not, but I just wanted to say this. This is a prime example of thoughtful process, good planning, forward thinking, and a project that transcends council, that each council that was elected from the day we started this recognized the value in this program. And it's also a credit to the staff that we have in place to deliver on the direction of council in this master plan. It's one of the things that I'm most proud of that we do in the city. We have a number of them, but this is one of them that's been, you can actually see the real results of it at the end of the day, and thanks for all your good work on it. And special thanks to all the councils that are involved in getting us to this point. Okay, we'll see you at 1 o'clock.
Thanks, Mayor.
A motion to temporary recess. Councillor Renwick, Councillor Lochtenberg, all in favour? Carried.
Recycle, or the food recycler folks. So
Okay,
just to let council know.
Oh, I see him now, yeah, Alex, I see his name anyway. Welcome, Alex. Okay, we're going to live stream right now.
Just getting going.
And special thanks to Sarah for getting us through this. Every day we learn a little bit more, and she's doing a great job. Thanks, Sarah.
Okay, we're good to go. So
We're good to go.
Yep.
Okay, a motion to reconvene. Councillor Renwick, second by Councillor Page. All in favour? Hopefully Janice has her hand up. Rick did for sure, so we're good. All right. So next on the agenda was the organic waste diversion presentation. And I think, Ginger, you're starting off, are you?
I'll start, and
Kevin,
I
thank
need
you.
to share my screen. Yeah, so basically what we're going to do today is just share the additional research we've done around the curbside organics, including additional, the pilot, second pilot on the food cycler, and really our costing and GHG calculations on the couple options. And we will actually be bringing a recommendation forward on the 7th, which is going to get to you late because we needed some direction here where you wanted to go with this. So that's where we're at.
Thanks, Kevin. Okay, now are you, we need to be able to see the presentation on the screen, and so far I haven't. There it is now. Thank you.
Okay.
Can everybody see that okay?
And I do believe Sarah has sent that to you now. Is that
Yep.
correct, Sarah?
Yep, we should
Okay.
have it.
Okay. All right. So as council's aware, you've one of your goals was to look at organics waste diversion, and you started some of that work prior to the RD going ahead and looking at doing a centralized system. I think Councillor Wattenberg, just happen chance found this one company that has proven to be a very great partner to work with to explore options, around organics. And I think and you'll see throughout this presentation, the more we look at this, really all we're really doing is pre-treating organics, getting all that water out of it. So we're able to reduce the weight and the volume of that organics by 90% through pre-treating this. So the first piece we're going to do, yes, and the smell. The first piece we're going to do is get Ginger just to give you an update of how that second pilot went. And, I think there was some concern whether, the original pilot was representative of the community. What had happened in that first place, we had decided to, first of all, target our EcoSave folks because we had their contacts and we knew they had worked with us before. Ginger was able to get some of them to participate, and then really the rest were just contacts that, I'm not sure how Ginger chased them down, but eventually she found enough people to participate. So it wasn't just the EcoSave folks, but the second pilot was strictly random. We took our billing, our waste billing customer list and selected random people. And Ginger will tell you how that went.
Sure. So just going back to the first one, yeah, I had to do a bit of digging to find some people because, as I mentioned in July when I did our initial results, COVID basically became a very big issue within a few days of us starting out. And so a lot of people dropped off. It wasn't as random as it could have been, but there was more randomness in the first pilot than we initially thought. But in the second one, interestingly enough, our deputy financial officer ran a Excel spreadsheet program to randomly select 100 people who pay a waste utility bill. And we sent letters out to those 100 people. And of the 100 that we sent out, we received 35 responses back that they wanted to be part of the program. And of the 35, 33 ended up participating in the program. Anything else, Kevin?
I don't think we can hear you, Kevin.
Silly mute button. Me again. I was just going to say if you can just give a sense of who participated,
Right.
What kind of things we learned on the second one that we didn't learn on the first one.
Well, so because it was random, we ended up having, we put out to 10 rental units. So in this case, we had to get the authorization of landlords. Of the 10 that received letters, 5 of them committed to running the program. And the reason that's interesting is that the landlords are responsible for purchasing the unit or returning the unit if the tenant didn't want it or it didn't work out. The 35, it ended up being 33, 31 of the 33 households or apartments that were selected are choosing to purchase the food cycler. So they had the option, we loaned the units to this group, And like I said, 31 of the 33 have chosen to purchase at a subsidized rate that we offered to the first pilot program, which I think is interesting. The other main, and Alex could speak to this a little bit as well because he's reviewed these results, but we have seen fairly similar results if you're looking at this slide here. The usage was slightly down, and it's hard to know what that could be attributed to, given that the first pilot program was run over a 3-month period, and this one was run over a 1-month period. But we asked the same exact questions from the first survey. So overall, the results are very similar. One of the key notes you could see is that the overall rating, and that's people, how much they liked their food cycler, was actually up in phase 2 of the program with our random sample. So I don't know if Alex, if you wanted to add anything in, because I know you went through the results.
I'd just quickly add that I was really excited to see that in phase 2, there was a lot more net new diversion. So it was a lot of people that didn't already compost, or people who were putting their food waste into the garbage. So that was really great to see. And also less gardeners, which meant that people had more interest in some kind of drop-off option or a curbside collection. But other than those 2 main points, very consistent with phase 1.
And anecdotally, I can say that the enthusiasm from the 33 people who did respond back to me, they were all, a lot of them had heard about it, which I thought was really interesting because we only had 150 units out in the city. So there's a lot of word of mouth and people talking about it. So overall, the results are fairly on par with our first pilot program.
And Ginger, you're still getting calls and putting people on wait lists for people interested in the units, right?
Yep. The couple units that were returned to us, we immediately sold. And now I'm getting at least a call or an email every single day to add them to a new wait list if the city's interested in purchasing another bulk order.
And the other thing I'll point out on this slide is just, which is significant, is the amount of organics that is being diverted. So you can see in phase 1, 7 to 8 cycles a week was typical how many people ran it. And I can tell you from my personal experience, and right now it's just my wife and I, primarily in our household, we run it every day. And, you divert everything from, the stuff that ends up in your sink trap to everything, when you clean out your fridge and you have all that, spoiled food that, well, we don't have very much spoiled food. All those things go right into it as well. So you can see in the first pilot, 7 to 8 cycles produces about 401 kilograms annually of food waste. That's prior to it being processed, so that's the gross weight. And it reduces that by 90%. So we go from the 401 to 40 kilograms after you've processed that. The second pilot, which was the random group, was slightly less, 6 cycles per week. So that, but still attributes to 365 kg annually. And you'll see how important that is as we go through the numbers. So thanks, Ginger.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay, and as I mentioned off the top, I think the way for people to relate to this is we're pre-treating this organics and really getting the water out of it. So what were the results on the curbside? We'll first go through the financial results. So we looked at, if we pre-treat that, we can reduce the number of collections we need to make to about 8 per year. We're about $8,000 a week to collect. So you can see the collection costs are about $64,000, which is about $17 per household. The other thing is we reduce our weight by 90%, so our tipping fees go down substantially to about $10 per household. You need a smaller bin. The food cycler, if we get the 2/3 grant, we would amortize that over 5 years, and it would cost household about $17 annually to purchase that. The power, this came from Alex, about $26 for a household that's processing it 6 to 8 times a week. Filters about $3 a year, that's $45. So the total cost about $115 annually for a household. Traditional curbside, and this is what we identified from the very beginning when we were looking at centralized compost, is the collection costs are the substantial portion of that program. So because we're trucking it around in a wet stage, we have to, and it's sitting in your wherever in a unprocessed state, it now needs to be picked up weekly. So we need to do 52 collections, so that's the 416,000. So the cost per household is $108 per household versus the 17 if you pre-treat it. As I said, tipping fees, because we get all that water out of it, we reduce the weight by 90%, goes down from $47 in a traditional model to 10 in pre-treating it. Your bin size has to be larger to have all that material in the wet stage. So you can see the cost is $158 versus $115 for the pre-treated or the food cycle. So what does that mean to a user? So here's what our breakdown is. As I mentioned, for the food cycler, about $26 in energy use, $45 for filter, $27 our collection costs. So that includes our staff time, our bins, etc. And with the grant, it's at $1,650 amortized over the 5 years. So that's $115 versus the traditional curbside program at $158. If we didn't get the grant, the cost for the food cycler pre-treatment model goes up to $150. The traditional is slightly higher at $164 because the only thing that qualifies for the grant is the bin. But here's the interesting part, and this is where we think there's two things, benefits of this. One, it will encourage you to reduce your food waste because you can save costs, and two, those that are low users, a single person, etc., has a chance to reduce their costs. And in this example, I said, this person would only process 2 times a week versus 6 or 7 times a week. So their electrical costs go down from $26 to $734. And this particular person, similar to what Ginger does, actually stores their unit in a garage or a shed, and they're not worried about the smell, so they don't buy filters. So they spend $0 on filters. Collection costs go down a little bit because you're not putting as much in there, and you're not using as many bins. So your costs go down slightly there. Because you're using the unit less, I amortize this over 7 years because I think it's going to primarily, longevity will primarily be the result of how many hours you put on that machine. So so that person could bring, if it was subsidized, could bring their cost down from $115 to $43. So that is a big price signal for people either to reduce weight or quit creating equity. If I choose to produce a whole bunch of food waste, or I have five people in my household, I pay more than the person that is a single person. And that last column basically goes through that same analysis without a subsidy of the grant on the food cycler. So even in that case, they can still bring their cost down to about $69. With a traditional model, we have to bill the full amount because we're 100%. We need to recover 100% of those costs are on our side. The other thing about the pre-treatment model is the only things we're billing for are, these, does my mouse show up on this thing? These two costs, right? The collection cost of $27 and the food cycler. This is on your own bill. So even from from that perspective, we're not sending a large bill of $158 or $164 out. So what does that mean in terms of GHG? So as I said a few times, the big impact, well, there's two big impacts. You're not tracking around water, and number two, the diversion rate is significantly higher with the food cycler than what we're seeing on the curbside organics. So I use 350 here, which is slightly lower than what we're seeing in the second pilot, and is about 50 kg lower than we're seeing in the first pilot. So at 350, the avoided CO2 you would achieve is 2,392 metric tons. That's the net. Should have shown maybe the gross in there. You're adding some cost to that, so your transportation costs, so that would both be our collection costs, but again, we're only doing this 8 times a year instead of 52 times a year. That also, you're reducing your trips to Salmo to take the product there, the pre-treated product. And again, these are all based on assuming 100% of that's going to the central compost facility, and we know that won't happen. It's likely half of that. The composting facility, and Alex can speak to this one, is it produces on average 150. Anyway, there's to compost it in addition to transportation uses CO2, and both from the operations, the loader, and I think also the process. The food cycler itself, this is the whole embedded cost, shipping it, shipping the filters, all those things are 131 metric tons on average per year. The bins, they're also made out of plastic. You have to ship them, et cetera, et cetera. Because it's a smaller bin, smaller amount of plastic, it's 4 metric tons. So that, as I said, the net saving is 2392, and the gross was, I think, 2500. And we did some sensitivity analysis, and I'll send you. We'll include that as part of the package for Monday's meeting. But at 250, we're still at 1638. So that's assuming we get, only achieve 2/3 of what we are budgeting. So on the traditional side, this came from Maura Walker, 117 kilograms per average is what they look at. I looked at the comparators that she had presented, or they had presented. The highest there was Victoria at 150. So they're, even at that 150, you're about 917 tons of CO2 that you're diverting or saving or avoiding, I guess it's called. But at 117, which they used in their analysis, the net avoided is the 703. Transportation costs are 75 metric tons, so that's both the 52 weeks of our collection plus, I think they estimate 138 trucks have to go to Salmo to transport that to Salmo. Composting, because it's in a wet stage again, 67 metric tons. And then bins, because they're larger, are about 12. So again, I think the gross was 8 something. In fact, I have it right here. I'll give you the actual numbers here. What do we say? So the gross is 856 CO2 avoided in the traditional model, and there's 154 that you're going to incur to process that 856, so that gives you the 703 on the curbside. On the pre-treated, the gross was 2563, and you incur 171 to divert that 2562. So the proposed program would be each household would be provided a food cycler and we have 57 liter curb. Alex did some analysis of this. At 8 pickups during the year, we would produce about 11 liters. So 57 liters is substantially more than that. That would allow you, those that wanted to throw your pizza box or your paper towel or some of those things into this bin, you could do that and we would collect that. We base this on 8 collections. We'd also be able to pick up yard waste separately. So at those times of years where you have yard waste, we could pick up leaves and yard waste. We could have a drop-off as well. We'd maintain a drop-off. If you missed the collection, you could bring your material down there. One of the big things from an operational point of view, we'd be able to use our existing collection truck. We don't need another truck now because it currently collects 26 times a year, and it sits around for 26 weeks of that year. So we would just schedule in these extra 8 pickups with that same truck and same staff. I know Colin Innes spoke to the benefit of that he has now that staff he has available for 26 weeks would only be taking 8 additional days off or 8 additional weeks off, and he'd have those staff for 18 more weeks. We talked about the partial user pay system that does have financial incentive to reduce waste and to be more equitable to those lower, people that don't have as many people in their family. And we would pair this with an educational program. I know Ginger mentioned the Food Cycler has quite a bit of information already on how to reduce waste, and we'd certainly pair it with that. So on the right is a potential proposed schedule. We could do it in early January when there's Christmas trees and stuff kicking around. We'd have less pickups during the winter, March, May, every 2 months, in July. And then in the summer, we'd be able to collect July, August, and September and October when there's other material around in November. So that just gives you that flexibility. Now, the other thing we haven't factored in here, once you get those organics out of your normal residual garbage, I don't know if we have to pick up every 2 weeks for your garbage. If you're recycling properly and we get the organics out of it, I think we could probably reduce that. So that would be a added benefit.
Kevin, I just want to butt in here.
Some of the things that we've talked to Food Cycler about is actually having a local person to do the maintenance on those machines. In fact, the fellow showed up, somebody that Ginger knew that is doing small appliance repair, actually came, I think yesterday, took a unit that was completely dead when it chipped out, and it is now working. So it's back into the, can be put back into the system. They would be looking at having local retailers do some of the distribution.
Did we lose Kevin?
I don't know. Let's just check here.
You back?
Sorry, Kevin, we lost you there for a second.
Yeah, I think we had a power bump. We have a certain staff member that seems to be the power.
What's happening with this?
This computer's stuttering.
Is that, Kevin, are you speaking? Because we can't hear you.
It's frozen. Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah. So we didn't get any of that when you started off there, Kevin. we got to the part where picking up leaves and so forth, and the reduction in potentially in the household garbage that will be going as well.
Okay, so
And after that, it got a little mixed up. So,
okay.
so I just wanted to touch on that one point there, Kevin. I know in our house with the food cycler, there's no question that the regular garbage amount is reduced considerably. We could easily do once a month pickup just for household waste once you take that organic piece out of it. Now, mind you, there's only 2 of us at home, and that's more or less during COVID too, when you think about it. So.
Okay. Am I sharing again?
Yeah.
Yes, you are.
Got you now, yeah.
Okay.
You're on the
I
repair
will
and
start
maintenance.
at the beginning of this slide,
Yeah.
because I think that's where. Okay. I was just saying that we had one unit that when it was shipped, it had no, it was dead. It had no power. So Ginger had the colleague that was getting into small appliance repair, and he picked it up, I think, yesterday, and was able to get it back running, and it's working fine now, other than I think Ginger stole all its bits and pieces out of it. But that's, so Food Cycler has indicated that they'd be, that would be an important part of their program if we adopted this, is to have someone local so that those machines could get repaired right now. And I think in a previous, I think in the first presentation, they let you know their new model that's going to be coming out actually has plug and play parts, so that that they're easier to maintain. Distribution of both filters and accessories. They would work with our local retailers to allow them to get into that business. And we've also started some discussion with the Kootenai filters around providing that charcoal. And Food Cycler has also identified that they could, I don't know, Alex can help here, whether they already have a stainless steel one, I think it is, that could be refilled. In fact, one of the participants in phase 1 actually took the caps off the plastic ones and bought a bag of charcoal, and this is kind of where this idea came from, and is re-topping up their charcoal themselves. So we think, I think Food Cycler and ourselves will feel that we can bring those filtering costs down and make them more sustainable by doing something like that. Alex, do you want to chip in on that, or did we lose you?
No, I'm still here and very much echoing what you're saying, Kevin. A lot of advantages to having a local producer for that consumable that makes it more environmentally responsible and probably will bring down the cost as well. So if this does move forward, that's something we would look to get in place.
Okay. All right, so but program budget and timelines. So I think everyone's aware, Clean BC did come out with a grant program to fund bins, and Alex is working with a local consultant in BC that actually worked for Clean BC and Minister of Environment, and has been having those discussions with them whether this would be eligible. And I think the early indications, they want to look at something out of the box, something outside of the standard programs, and they seem quite open to be looking at this as a potential model. So this capital budget, so we're proposing that we go ahead with a Clean BC application. If we do that, we'd apply for about 1,000 or 4,000 food cyclers and bins, and there's some GST which is included in this budget, but we get back, so that won't actually be the part of the cost at the end of the day. Shipping on the materials, and the education level wanted some money in there. So the grant total would be just over 1.1 million. If we got 2/3, our share of that cost would be 373,000. And the numbers I showed you before were based on that. Our timelines, we could look at my understanding, and Alex, you can chip in around the Clean BC application, but it sounds like they want to turn those around fairly quickly. It sounds also like there's not a lot of communities that are in a position to apply for that, so they feel that the money should be there. So we hope, with the anticipating that they would turn that around quickly, we could get this program up and going in this summer. And we'd be either what our pilots have shown, certainly in pilot 1, showed that a large portion of our population would use this within their own property and their own gardens, etc. And the rest we've been having some discussions with Colin Innes. Right now we have our leaves, etc., that we collect ourselves, and they're doing some minor composting of those, I guess, and certainly there's an opportunity to mix this material with the leaves and produce a local product that would be a compost material that people could use in their gardens. So that's something that we'll be exploring, and if you have questions on that, I'll leave that one to Colin. We chatted with Colin just earlier this week, so he hasn't had much chance to give it a ton of thought, but we already have the leafy material, and we're trying to do something with that. In Castlegar, we understand that right now they're producing a similar product just with their leaves, etc., and they actually deliver that to homeowners. So we'd be looking at something similar for our material. And Alex also identified, the reality of using this is, as long as it was buried in your landfill, it would not produce any methane. So even in the worst case scenario, people put it in the garbage. As long as that gets buried into the landfill, it's inert, and it won't cause any methane that we're trying to eliminate. So those are the timelines and budget. And just for reference, this one actually was quite a surprise to me. It was actually looking at the cost of a food cycler versus actually a bin. So you can see here some price tags on bins, and you can see our bear-proof bins, even the small one is $195, and a food cycler is $250. The larger bear-proof bin we have is $220, and you can see some examples of other bins there. A lockable 65-gallon bin is $233. So that gives me a lot of hope that this is not a big ask for the Clean BC. This is actually, this product is in the same range they're going to give grants out for just bins. And the GHG savings, etc., and the budgetary savings, to me, make that premium minor. So in summary, we're proposing to bring forward a recommendation that we develop a citywide organics with 8 annual pickups, a pre-treatment program. Again, we used 350 kg per household, 117 for traditional, which it came from the Maura Walker report. 8 collections we'd be looking at versus 52. Our annual cost would be 115 with the grant. The city share of that would be 44, and the rest is actually controlled by the household. In terms of a traditional program, all of that needs to be billed by the city. The cost per ton of organics is $329 per metric ton for a pre-treated program, and $1,351 for a traditional curbside. The net annual avoided GHG is $23.92 for the pre-treated, and $7.03 for traditional curbside. And the cost per ton GHG avoided $185 per metric ton for pre-treated, and $867 a metric ton for traditional curbside. So that's the residential side. So is there any questions on the residential side before we get into the commercial side?
Councillor Page, I see that, yeah. Councillor Page, and then Councillor Lachtenberg.
Sure, I've collected a couple questions, but I think there's two that are standing out to me that maybe you could provide some clarity on. Can everyone hear me okay on these headphones?
Yeah.
Okay, awesome. The one thing is about the normalizing of the data for the annual organics volume. Now, the Mara Walker report estimated based on, I believe, similar community sizes, 117 kilograms. Our piloting has shown that number to actually be nearly double that, up in the, or more than double that at 350.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm just wondering about the appropriateness of using our more solid and firm numbers to drive those other extrapolated costs in that column, since we obviously we've actually tested our community. We know our numbers are going to be higher, period, and how the cost per ton of GHG avoided would change, how the annual GHG avoided would change, because, yeah, that's my first question. Should we not be normalizing what we think will be going into this program when we're comparing these two things, so it's apples to apples?
Yeah, well, I think we are comparing apples to apples, because I used the 150 number as part of that sensitivity analysis, and that's the highest community they've actually achieved with food waste only. I don't have all the answers to that, other than I think I think it's reducing barriers to divert your organics, and I think you're getting way higher uptake by people actually putting all their organics into a food cycler versus what you're going to put in a curbside bin. And I think that smell and ease of use and all those things, I don't think there's any communities that have been shown that they're anywhere near what we are. So it's not that we produce more organics, it's the diversion of those organics that occurs. And Alex, or maybe you can speak to that.
Yeah, I think you have to choose which numbers you're comparing, and I think I defer that choice to Kevin. But what we do see a lot is a lot of our customers with Food Cycler do use their Food Cycler with a curbside program, and for them, the Food Cycler is a way to remove a lot of the pain points associated with the curbside, the smell and kind of hauling it around being the main issues, and getting them to start using a curbside program. So I think that experience may speak to the higher adoption in some cases.
So
okay,
we can run that.
Supplemental. Yeah.
We can run that, and I don't mind running that. We're basing the traditional curbside on the fact that that's the results that have been achieved across this country. They're not achieving anywhere near what we're achieving on the pre-treatment. And like I said, I think you can, and actually that's an interesting point by Alex, that even those that have a curbside organics program still use a food cycler to process those things that they don't feel comfortable throwing in their curbside.
So that's my second question. Is I was kind of today going into this, I was expecting a bit more of a conversation about the RDCK's organics program. And so have we looked at this pre-treatment and discussed it with staff at the RDCK side to say, is this dried out material going to be appropriate to bring into your feedstock? Is taking the water out of it creating other barriers there? But is what we're producing, if it's going alongside a curbside program where a percentage, perhaps a large percentage of what we collect ends up in Samo, does that work with what they're planning to build? Or have they weighed in on that and given us a go ahead that that's actually going to be appropriate for them?
Yeah, no, we haven't had a chance to have that discussion. We've been working on this. Like I said, the worst case scenario is landfilling it. It would take out 90% of the volume. It has no methane. It's inert. So I think even if it doesn't work in the centralized compost, that either we can't use it in our own internal composting, you're going to get the same GHG savings by just landfilling it. Then, and in fact, you would actually get more because we wouldn't have to collect it separately.
Sorry, Chair, can I have one last supplemental?
Yeah, go ahead.
So further to that, I'm just on the no methane / inert. I think we use the CO2 equivalent because it tries to wrap all of those gases into one. Are we? I can hear us on the methane side, but when we say inert, do we mean that there's no carbon or any other greenhouse gases that are produced? Should we have a scenario where things are going into the landfill? Do we have a better number there? I think I struggle to think it might be completely inert.
Okay, I'll pass that one to
Maybe that's for Alex.
Yeah, I'll have Alex. I know they have scientists on their staff that look at those things.
Yeah, I'd say once it reaches landfill, it's about a 95% reduction in CO2 versus sending the raw food waste to landfill. And that's based on analysis we had done by a third party. And I'd probably also add that that's kind of the worst case. Ideally, in this program, the material is going to a facility like the RDCK one, where people are using it on their properties. And based on the testing we've done with other central compost type facilities, they see this as quite attractive material to be receiving versus traditional curbside material, which tends to be quite contaminated and less nutrient rich than what would come out of the food cycler. So I guess in other words, I'd be very surprised if they did not want this material sent to their facility.
Thanks, Alex.
We can.
Thanks, Councillor Page. I just wanted to let. Sorry, somebody else trying to speak?
Mayor, I was just going to say to Councillor Page, definitely by taking 90% out, the feedstock that they've counted on to build their program, that could be somewhat at risk as the city would provide that. Now, we would also be topping up because not only on the curbside program, we would not be able to pick up your leaves or your branches or other things that we would hope to pick up on that 8 pickups a year. So that would certainly help a bit with the feedstock. However, they certainly have the capacity or the ability to get the additional feedstock that they're counting on from the city of Nelson to keep their program as they wanted by collecting it from the rural areas.
Yeah, I'll just add to that. When we first started this discussion, they had actually shared some spreadsheets where they looked at whether Nelson was in or out and had looked at those various scenarios. So I can't seem to find those anymore. I did ask Amy Wilson if she could send those to me again. So as Colin said, I think their own study showed that if they need to make up those volumes, they can get those from the rural. They have collection on the rural side there. I think I looked at their report and what was it? I looked at.
Well, while Kevin's looking for that, for those of you that are on the call, RD was notified that this would be live streaming today, and they had the option to watch it, or for that matter, they could have called in also. So.
Yeah. So
they were explicitly invited to this.
Yeah, they were.
They were notified.
To,
yes.
to participate.
They were notified.
Not to participate.
No, that it was live streamed, and they confirmed that they were going to be. I imagine they're going to be watching. So, yeah. Kevin?
Yeah. So I did a brief comparison between what they project to collect on a drop-off service versus a collection service, and they estimated us to be 451 and they'd be about 340. So they, and that was just an EMF. So, that didn't count rural Castlegar either. So I think that the feedstock, in fact, to me, it makes sense that kind of this program would be adopted RD wide, if we can achieve these results. All right.
Okay, so
And Councillor
Councillor-
Page, we can certainly, Alex, if you can maybe send us that information you were just referring to, so that we can put that in the final report. That I think that would be helpful for council.
Okay.
Sure, no problem.
Councillor Lachtenberg, you're on deck.
Thank you. I just want to say that if these numbers hold up, Kevin, I don't see why this wouldn't go RD wide. This is a pretty compelling set of numbers. So I'd be interested in tracking where we find sort of the most uncertainty in these numbers. And I think, you've already touched on that when you talked about the design of the two pilots, where it wasn't fully random. We'll probably see numbers drop off a little bit here, but just to speak to the other side of the equation, there is quite a bit of uncertainty too. And if anything, I think both sides might see the numbers drop a little bit. My question, I've got a few, if that's okay, Chair. They're not quite related. I can hold them in any order you want. The first is related. The first one might be going to Alex. In the nutrient hierarchy, one of the things we would want to do ideally is redirect first some of that material, not to compost or even to a soil additive, but potentially to animal feed. Do you have any history or is anyone using this material as a raw material for animal feed?
Yes, actually, in the commercial sector, we've got a large commercial client who has 5 of our large machines running, and all that excess material is picked up by a pig farmer and is mixed in as an additive to the pig food. We don't necessarily recommend doing that on the residential side because you need to quite carefully control what goes in. But on the commercial side there, because they had tight control over what was going into the machines, they knew what was coming out was appropriate to be fed to animals. So I think a similar principle could be applied here, as long as you have the right control on what people are putting through the machines. I know in some agricultural areas, there are regulations around what certain animals are allowed to eat, around meats and different stuff. So I'd just be kind of careful of those different rules.
Okay, great. So the next question I had probably be more for Kevin and Colin, or Janice, actually. Janice, if you're on the line. It's regarding, I think, the success of any of these programs. Either side, whatever it might be, is looking at tipping fees. Given that the way this is, it seems to might be unfolding here, that one way or the other, we're going to be participating in the RD program, even if it means just delivering, ideally, a smarter, better product to them. It's probably not maybe ideal for the Winrow setup. Maybe it is, I'm not sure. But nevertheless, it's showing really good faith in our relationship with the RD. Can we use this or use this as a point to encourage the RD to really look at those tipping fees and revisit that? Because I think the success is going to require some sort of outright ban or something. And maybe Kevin or Colin or John, in your expertise, if we can comment on that in terms of the arguments for and against, a pretty high charge for organics going into the waste stream, as opposed to diverting it.
Yeah, I'll just comment on the dollar amount, which was again quite interesting when you actually crunch the numbers, and it's on this slide here. Even under the pre-treatment model, our cost per ton is $329. For every ton of organics is costing $329. They're proposing a fee of $100, right? And under a curbside program, traditional, it's $1,351 a ton. That's what you should be charging, right?
Yeah.
So and obviously you're not charging that because you never get anybody to actually pay for that. But that's organics. Just think of on the residual garbage side, what you should be charging, and what you can charge. So, you know, one of the benefits of the pre-treatment is you're getting all that water out. So actually what you're processing is, you know, the pure organics, right? As opposed to a bunch of water, which creates, you know, I think that drives, well, clearly it drives the cost, right? Drives the cost in terms of who's going to participate, drives the cost in what that processing is, et cetera, et cetera. And I think that's why it's really important to look at how do you reduce that cost down to something that's manageable by the community, that just doesn't, you know, end up on maybe not charging directly, but it ends up on taxation. So you're really still charging the homeowner. And if you can drive that cost down, then you start to get to things that people can buy into.
But speaking to the tipping fee challenge, because overall either program is going to require people to actually do it, and there has to be some incentive beyond just good faith and doing your civic duty. But what I understand when I spoke to some of the RD staff was that staff has been encouraging a more appropriate tipping fee, but they've been getting pushback from the directors who have all sorts of fears about that this waste is going to end up in the bush or something like that. Yeah. Even though the evidence shows that's probably not the case. In other jurisdictions, it's like that's not a driver. It's really about convenience. It's not about the cost that's causing this. How can we get the RD directors to see that and help us support either program? Like, what we really want this to work, and if it means encouraging people to behave appropriately.
Yeah, I'll leave Janice to that one.
Yeah, that's a decision that we can't make here. But if I could just say that, and Janice, you can jump in a moment. If I could just say that traditionally, for some reason, I'm not sure how to put my finger on this, but even when the Blue Bag program came out, there was a lot of resistance at the RD, and we went forward with it and proved that it actually worked quite well, and it has worked well for us in many of areas. So it just seems like it takes a little bit of time for people to sort of, maybe it's because the number of people is involved, I'm not sure what it is, but I think in this case, this is a prime example of, where you look at what are the options available, and I think you should be looking at all options that are available to divert, and this is about diversion. And there was a couple of things that weren't spoke about in this presentation, and one was the additional cost that we would incur just to buy a vehicle to pick up the product. I don't know if Kevin factored that in or not. And then there was the piece going way back to when we were first elected to council here, where Ron Mickle came before us and talked to us about the methane at the dumps and the transfer stations, etc. That's another factor that this helps alleviate going forward. We won't change the methane that's currently in there, but we're also making a huge impact on that going forward should we go with this particular type of program. But Janice, if you wanted to add to that, because you're a little more current than I am at this point in time on what the thought process may be with directors of the RD as to why they wouldn't be participating in the organics pickup in the first place, or maybe even not looking at this particular program.
Okay, so I will try to answer some of those questions. So on December the 9th, there will be a decision to continue on looking at whether or not we pursue at the regional district table the organics infrastructure program that we're talking about using for the food recycler to look at organics pickup in the regional district. So that's an upcoming meeting that Kevin's got his email up and running. So it's going to have a decision about whether or not we go forward with that in the regional district. It's a bit tough. I mean, you, Councillor Lockenberg, you were at the presentation that was done. The information that came to the last board meeting wasn't that much different about looking at the rural being involved. It looks like in the east waste, there's quite a bit of interest because they could really increase their diversion. In west waste, there's a fairly high potential for increased diversion if they go to this kind of plan, but less so here where we are in central, that they were only saying that there'd be maybe a 32% more diversion. And so I think that because it looks like, I think it could work very well in east. I think there's quite a bit of flavor to have it in the west, and there's some flavor in central, that I would see that the board, fingers crossed, will go ahead with looking at doing some kind of program in the regional district. The issue with that being is that probably wouldn't come on stream until 2023, or probably more likely 2024, because they would be looking at this program, and it's about how the program comes on stream. To get the rural involved with being on stream, they need to, the best way to do it would be once we get the resource recovery plan into the Ministry of Environment and have it improved, that we need to have rural organic diversion in that plan, because it's the least weighty of all of the things that the regional district would have to do in terms of getting the program up and running. So that's the direction that makes the most sense, and that's actually probably the direction that takes the most time to actually get it on stream. So that's one thing. So it's not like they're not. I mean, this is at the table. It's probably would have been nicer to have this at the table earlier than starting sort of in October, but it's there now. So hopefully it will continue on and be positive. In terms of the tipping fees, until they sort of get everything built and whatever, I had a discussion with their staff person, Amy Watson, and Wilson, wrong Amy, and they're unsure what the tipping fees are. 100 to 160 potentially might be the range of tipping fees for organics. And of course, that gave me pause to ask questions of which there is no answer to, because until it's up and running, we don't really know. Is it we're looking at charging $125 starting in 2021 for mixed waste going. So why would I separate out my mixed waste and my organics if I'm going to be paying more for organics to go to the dump than to be tipped than mixed waste? So again, that's a budgetary discussion that's on the table, along with the discussion about how much per bag it is when people in the regional district take their garbage to the transfer station. I did ask, and there is next Monday going to be a central waste meeting in advance of this next budget, joint waste and the budget, the full board meeting next week, to try to look at what these costs are. There's quite a bit of pushback and concern coming from directors about increasing the cost too quickly. But I think that, I'm hoping that we get to a point where we realize that if we really want to have these green plans, I mean, the regional district has a climate action plan, just like the city of Nelson does, is that we have to bite the bullet and be willing to say, yep, we're putting it up, and yeah, maybe we're going to get pushback, but I also don't believe that everybody's going to start throwing their garbage and or their organics into the woods. There's always been a few bad apples, and there will continue to be a few bad apples, but I don't think people who believe in these programs and believe that we have to address some of these climate change issues are going to participate.
Thank you, Janice.
If I may, Chair, I have the last question. Yeah. And it's related, it's sort of connected to that. It's more about how exciting it would be to be able to reduce not just our curbside pickup for organics from potentially 24 pickups down to 8, But that some of this material, given that, you know, you're taking out some of the odor, that we may even be able to reduce the diversion to, say, central and have it be processed locally in various ways. But I think that's in general a pretty exciting. We won't know for sure until we start, if we get the critical amount of enthusiasm to do that. But I am interested in the idea that if we can separate out the organics from our material and further reduce our curbside pickup from once every 2 weeks down further, do you, or had you considered, because this is the argument that the RD makes back to us, is that, you know, we're heavy users of the transfer station. Did you calculate any of that, or think about or look at what any of these things are going to do to drive traffic? You know, people just going directly to the transfer station if after they're just inconvenienced.
Yeah, I think, sure.
Yeah.
Actually, I think that's a huge benefit of having this processed at your own residence, is that now your reason for going to the dump is, or the transfer station, is less. That stinky stuff that's hanging around is no longer there. So we actually see that as a huge plus to encourage, you know, and once you get that out of your garbage, again, your garbage volumes are way down. You know, we're hoping those people actually take the time and go to the recycling depot, because now that all those products you can recycle at the recycling depot at Lakeside, now what's left, and you know, I can attest to that in my own household, there is nothing, almost zero, that ends up in your garbage stream anymore. It's pretty incredible, and you know, one of the things we've floated with the RD regional waste chair was, you know, maybe they can improve their recycling offerings especially in the rural area, and make them more convenient, in that, you know, if we cut down those trips and the number of people going to that transfer station, maybe you can redeploy some of that staff to more productive things than you know, shepherding them through those bins. The other piece of that is pricing that cost at the transfer station appropriately. It should not be cheaper for me to drive this to the transfer station. That makes no sense. It should be a penalty. Because the other part that you know, Councillor Morrison talked about was in their own GHG plan, you know, that 25,000 vehicles has way more GHG attached to them than the organics they're diverting. You know, that should be the number one thing they should be tackling, pricing the transfer station at a cost that would discourage you from going there, and letting, when that truck comes by, using the truck. And they should expand, you know, that would include expanding collection in the rural area. If you can price the trip to a point where it's discouraging you and making it more attractive to get things picked up curbside, like, that just seems like a win-win-win.
Yeah. And I think staff has said something similar from what I understand at RD. It really comes down to, can we move this and encourage this along at the political level? And so I'd look to Councillor Morrison to see if you could lead that effort.
Well, Councillor Lautenberg, on top of all of this too is a layer that, you know, we certainly have a few people in the city and others that use the food cycler and have you know, preach it, so we know that it works that way, and so that is great news. But into the future, both the city and the RDCK, if you're wanting to get some of the results that you're talking about, you start looking at having to have like clear garbage bags and having compliance that way. Because if I can just continue to throw it in the garbage and you'll just pick it up, what's going to stop you? Or what stops the person from throwing the black garbage bag with everything in the back of the truck, drives it out there? And if no one at the RDCK is saying, well, wait a second, you know, that's got a whole bunch of organics in it, we're going to have to charge you the higher rate, or you need to separate that, or you're not allowed to take that here. That's kind of the next layer. But, you know, for me, that would be something a number of years down the road once you got things going and you're hoping for, you know, a really positive compliance from our community. I know that would be likely in Nelson, but that would be sort of your next step if you really want to get there is, okay, you got a clear garbage bag, so now it's pretty clear. Are you doing recycling? Are you doing organics? You know, what are you doing?
Okay, so if there's no further questions on that at this point, we can move to the next page, Kevin. And I think this is one that is very exciting as well, in that part of the program that was originally rolled out from Central Waste didn't include the industrial side, at least not at this point. And this gives an opportunity to maybe look at some innovative ways of dealing with that as well. And once again, having a dramatic reduction in greenhouse gas emissions by doing so. So do you want to fill that in? Is that Alex's role here or yours?
Well, I'll start, and we can have Alex add to this. I think the first piece is the food cycler is an appropriate solution for many of our commercial sector. As council's aware, we've had the food cycler in our admin office for a year and a half, 2 years now, or about that time. It's a good product for an office, and we have, you know, whatever 20-30 staff on this floor using one food cycler. So it's a good solution for all those smaller producers, every office, every retailer, all those type of businesses. And that was right now is a real challenge on the recycling side of it, is we have many smaller businesses that just don't have the volumes to justify hiring a waste management or something, or trying to have a separate recycling opportunity. And we're fearful the same thing would be the case on the organic side. So like I said, first of all, I'd say the food recycler food cycler the way it is right now would serve the vast majority of our businesses. But clearly we have a number of restaurants, grocery stores, hotels, and as Councillor Morrison identified, the hospital is not doing a very good job of diverting their organics. So there is definitely a need for a commercial side of this, or an ICI side of this. This is an example of a product that food cycler carries themselves. It's not a product they manufacture themselves, but it's a product they sell to others. So this is just an example. The estimated commercial, again, from the Maura Walker report, is 317,000 kgs a year. And you can see the capacity of, and I think Alex will correct me if I'm wrong, I think a liter in a kg ends up being fairly similar in volumes. So you can see, you know, if you had one that, you know, process this amount per day, you know, you need maybe 4 or 5 of these across the city. You know, as everybody knows, one of our challenges is there's not a lot of, we don't have a lot of space, especially in our downtown of even the current garbage bins. But again, all that organics is going into those garbage bins right now. So you would see an opportunity to reduce the number of those and replace them with something like this. I did, you know, Councillor Lattenberg and I think Councillor Page and Anderson, I'm not sure if that's the same company that you did the demo with, Councillor Lattenberg, but you guys ran into some folks down at the tech show a few years ago, and they produced more of the commercial ones. So we got some pricing from one, and I estimate prior to the energy costs, but the payback about 4 or 5 years on to be able to or to deal with all our organics, and that's assuming that pretty well all of this is coming from the large producers. I know the chamber president had done some phoning around, and companies like I believe it was Save On have a zero food waste policy right now, and they partner with farmers and food banks and others to keep all that organics out of the food waste. So I don't know if these numbers include the fact that they're not wouldn't be participating in the program. I think the business case on a very quick blush looks really promising. Clearly, they're paying to put that in the residual waste stream right now at $125 a ton, and that's the number I use to say, okay, well, if that's what you're paying to, and that was just the tipping fees, not counting the collection fees. So I think there's a real opportunity on the commercial side as well to come up with a solution. I had some very preliminary discussions with Sarah about, is this another social enterprise for the youth center to be the one that ran around and collected this from the various businesses and brought it to a central place to process. So I think there's a number of opportunities to make the commercial side work as well. And Alex, do you want to speak to the commercial side a bit?
Yeah, I'll add a few super quick comments, Kevin. I'd say on the kind of office side, using the small residential units is quite easy. And if there's a curbside collection program, some employee brings it home and puts it in their curbside bin every few months, and that's kind of solved. On the commercial side, using the estimated volume there, it's about 6,000 kilograms per week. So if you're running these machines, let's say 6 days a week, it's one of the large machines that could handle this entire volume. And also going back to what Councillor Lochtenberg was saying, this is where you get the potential for the residue to be used by a farmer or to feed animals somewhere, because in the commercial sector, you can have that control over what goes in. So I think you can create a pretty exciting program where this sector's waste ends up going to some kind of local farming operation. There are a number of providers of these commercial units out there, so I'd kind of encourage you to shop around a bit as well, and we'd be happy to put forward some very attractive pricing to the city as part of a broader program.
And Alex, maybe give some examples of the current companies that you guys work with.
Yeah, we have a couple locally in Cornwall, the local grocery store, a large convention center down in Windsor, like Caesars Casino. They've got about 5 of the larger units running there. Number of hospitals, long-term care homes, any large food waste producer in particular is a good fit for them.
And is that strictly a payback basis for them, or is there restrictions or something that requires them to do this?
It's usually a number of things, often environmental plans coupled with very high tipping fees, and just a lack of options often for organics, that it's very expensive to add an incremental daily collection, because for a lot of businesses, they would have to collect this daily. Whereas if you can pre-treat it, maybe the farmer only needs to come once a week or every 2 weeks, because you've moved it from this kind of yucky format that needs to be dealt with immediately to a sterile format where you can store it until it's ready for collection.
Thanks, Alex. Any questions from council on the commercial side? Janice?
Just wanted to say that, I mean, the RD is planning to look at bringing commercial on-side in late 2021, 22. They're, just from their point, they've been working mainly on looking at getting the plant built and then looking at the curbside, which of course will be coming from, you know, us in whatever way we look at it, I guess, and then the city of Castlegar, and then working with the RDKB, who has, you know, got a successful program in their west side, but looking at their east side and their commitment to using the central site at Salmo for their, and so that's where when I've talked with staff, that's where they've been focused. Their next focus is to move on to the commercial part, and now, of course, you know, hopefully with the push to also look at curbside in some capacity within the regional district as well.
Thanks. Thank you, Janice. Any further questions? Hearing none. Alex, thank you very much. Thanks to Colin Innes, Colin McClure. Thank you, Kevin. And I think that kind of wraps us up for that.
I think we need to, Mayor, I think we need to give a special thanks to Ginger, who has done the outstanding job of working with you know, people across the community and you know, getting them enthusiastic about it, answering all their questions, getting them filters, machines, you name it. It's you know, it's and then, you know, putting together presentations like this that you know, and Alex supporting that. Like I said, we have a really good partner there. They're a Canadian company, and you know, they really bent over backwards to find a work with us and, you know, to provide honest, you know, results wherever they fell down and working with us. So it's really been Ginger and Alex have done just a fantastic job of putting these pilots together, and you know, the results in my mind speak for themselves. These are real numbers from real, these aren't studies, these are actually real results from our own community. And you know, we're pretty confident we'll, you know, achieve these results, and we'll achieve organics diversion rates that are 3 times higher than anywhere else they're seeing, definitely in this province, and I imagine across the country.
Thanks, Kevin. Yeah, and thank you, Ginger, very much for all your good work. Really appreciate it. With everything else you're doing out there, this was a big project for you. All right, so we have one more piece on our agenda, folks. And Alex, I think you can leave us now and carry on with your life. And that's the...
Right, I'll drop off. Thank you very much, Mayor and Council.
You're welcome. Okay, Kevin, are you leading this off, or? Oh, sorry, we lost your sound.
I believe it's me that is going to
Colin
kind of
McClure?
walk us through the regular,
Financial.
I want to say organic.
Yeah.
It's not organic, waste recovery. And then Colin Innes has some numbers for us as well.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Colin.
Okay. Okay.
See which accountant's faster.
Yeah.
And sharing.
That's not fair.
Other than their email, of course.
Okay. Now, Sarah, can you confirm that you see the big slide?
Yep, looks good.
Okay. Okay. So that's my title page. Next slide, and we've kind of been through this, but I hope you'll bear with me. Sort of, again, some history. Go back to '94, and we can see that you know, we had one bag, and you had additional cost of $1 for a bag, which was the start of the tag program. You can see that over time here, we've had different flat rates, additional bags going back and forth, and one of the big things that changed, you'll notice, is in 2005. And that's when we moved to buy weekly pickup. And again, part of that was the big component that at that time we had both recycling and waste collection going on, and the fees collected was to use for a zero waste coordinator. So, but that was the start, I think, of a big change. And for me, as I look out on what happens with waste recovery, resource recovery, is this was a tipping point for us having, I think, one of the most efficient resource recovery systems in the province, and I think potentially in Canada. And I know it might sound silly, but the fact that we have a split compartment, at that time we were doing the blue bags and your garbage bag, we could pick it both up at the same time. We charge you for garbage in the end here, and allowed your recycling to be free. And certainly that became, where it really became influential is when the next stage, when we had the MMBC program come along. Again, in between there, you can see there were some changes in 2006 and 7, and in 2010 we kind of had the flat fee increased to $1.50, which had stayed for a number of years. But it's here in 2011 that really benefited us on. We were already picking up recycling, and so now even in the blue bag system, that the MMBC program was now going to provide revenues back to the city for what we were already doing. So that again was a key component and has been very helpful in kind of minimizing our cost of our service. Now, somewhat that changed as in 2019 when the MMBC, which again I think for many of us sort of made sense in many ways, where you had a blue plastic bag and you could stick all of your recyclings in there, not your styrofoam, but you couldn't actually stick your say grocery bags and that sort of thing, which always missed people. It's like, well, I've got a blue plastic bag and I can't stick other bags in it. But you can see where that certainly came to an end here in 2019 as they looked at the program and they said, really, it's really difficult for us the way that we sort the material. And one of the reasons we want to get rid of the contamination of the grocery bag, but also we have to take off all the blue bags, cut them open, and take care of the material that way. And so they said you had to go and move to collection that would be using a container. So that's what we did. So in 2020, what we ended up doing is we had an increase in the flat fee of $35 to move to $75, and that was to fund the purchase of the new recycling cans, education, delivery, etc. We also had a motion to move the tag-free from $1.50 to $1.75, and it hadn't changed in 10 years, and 25 cents, again, as far as just the other costs that go along with garbage. That helped us because we knew that, or the expectation was even in 2020, that when we moved to picking up the cans, that with our new truck, and our new truck hadn't arrived, or even with the new truck where it is built with a driver and then a rear load with two individuals, so we knew that we were going to increase our wages with the fact that we would have to have one more individual on the truck. So those were the reasons why we had the tag fee increase, and again, that was the whole component there of 2020 was the idea of us moving towards this new system demanded by MMBC, remembering that they do fund us about $140,000 a year to pick up recycling. For 2021, we are suggesting a no change in the flat fee based on using the increase in the 2020 to fund organics diversion. So the idea being that in 2020, when we increased it, that was to help out with the recycle cans. But if we keep it in 2021, we would be able to use those funds to fund organics diversion. Now, again, as we're at this stage, and unknown direction from council on how they want to move forward, if council is to move, in the direction that we've talked about today with the organics diversion using recyclers, the likelihood is that we can keep just the flat fee as it is. However, if we do move towards curbside organics pickup, then we will, and probably not this year, although I understand that the RDCK said that they may be ready to collect organics by the fall of this year. but that would be something that we have to consider and probably put on the increase in the flat fee to be able to fund organics that way, on top of what's already there. At this point in time, we are not looking at an increase in the tag fees. One component here, and we've
Sorry,
talked about it a
Janice,
couple of times.
Janice, you had your hand up? We can't hear you, Janice. You're muted.
Sorry, no, yes, I did have my hand up. If you could just, can Colin just go back to that previous slide, please? So, so through the chair to staff, would there not be some consideration, regardless here at this point, in looking at having some increase, and I don't know where it really goes, Colin, to be buying green bins this year? Because we don't really have to have organics going to the new facility until potentially the spring of 2022, but could be as early as fall of 2021. Would we not want to contemplate taking advantage of being able to stagger any costs in and look at, like I say, the green bin purchases this year in the costing? Thanks.
And we sort of, I have that, you're a little bit early on that. I have a bit of room for that. And again, part of it was, we knew that council was going to have the organics diversion presentation that Alex and Ginger and Kevin put on today. And based on that direction, some of those questions would become clearer for us to, again, bring forward in the January 12th meeting, I think, all of the rate increases, one of them being for waste recovery here. And they're in my slide here in the second, not this one, but the next one after, will show that we've got a bit of window right now that, depending on what happens, if we kept the flat fee as it has been for 2020, that would be some money that would be available for organics diversion. Now, again, whether or not that was part of buying some containers or doing other things, there's money that would be available to do that. The other piece that we would hope is that if, as Kevin alluded to earlier, that we would likely, or we're going to put in an application to Clean BC, again, depending on council's direction, and in the version that we have, or are we joining, the RDCK, then we would be saying, yes, can you please put us on the application for bins and that sort of thing. So there could be a combo there. They may not cover the whole cost, but having some funding available, I built that into this budget. Is it as detailed as it needs to be for your comfort level? Likely not, but can't be, for me anyway, until I know the direction council wants to go.
You okay, Janice? Thank you. One of the potential opportunities to look at that tag fee, Colin, that could be rounded out. It's $1.75 right now.
Again, Mayor, no question. And again, once we settle on a direction, there's some work that needs to be done, and absolutely that's something that could be looked at. I know that, like I said, we had $1.50 for 10 years. $1.50 for 10 years, and then moved it up by 25 cents. And again, considering, inflation and those sorts of things, the 25 cents, I certainly didn't have anybody phoning me up. Maybe council did about that sort of increase, so that is something to consider. Yeah. The one challenge that we face, Mayor, and kind of goes back to something that Councillor Lautenberg talked about, is that you start putting that bag tag to $2, then we sometimes seem to be driving people to say, well, I can throw 5 bags in the back of my pickup truck, go to the RDCK, go and dump them all, and they say, well, that's $10, and so you're like, well, wait a second, if I had the city pick it up, it's $20. I got a benefit of that. I mean, sometimes when they pay by the truckload or what you've got going on inside your canopy and stuff. So again, that's the one risk that we kind of sometimes get worried about on doing that and then driving people out to the transfer station versus us picking it up.
Yeah, that's a good point. Having said that, if we were to adopt, the cycler program, there's a strong possibility that
idea what it is. Yeah.
that strong possibility. There's a
There
strong,
could be a revenue drop off because you don't need as many garbage bags.
right.
Yeah. Yeah. Well,
That's-
and again,
sorry.
we think that something that we can look at, and I would say that would be, even if we're moving to this sort of thing, it wouldn't be until fall-ish, sort of, later in the year anyway. So, good
Colin,
point.
I think we should just get through the budget and then ask the questions on that, because some of this will be addressed when Colin gets through the numbers.
Great point. Thank you. So here is the current year. So as far as revenue goes and what I'm forecasting, we're pretty much in line with what expectations were for revenue. On the expense side, you can see that we're higher than we had anticipated, and some of that, or not some of it, the biggest reason is the changeover in July 1st to pick up by recycled containers versus the bags has been more difficult because the truck that we had expected to be able to use, we knew it would be a couple months later. Well, with COVID, and you've already ordered the machine, and then going down to Mexico and in the States and then back up here. So it's at least 3 to 4 months behind where we would have hoped it would have been. And because of that, we've had to run one truck that does the garbage and another truck that's doing the recycling. Part of the challenge that we face is that at least when you had the blue bag, you could throw it in, it was all self-contained. Now when someone has a whole sheet of their child's pages from school and it's in the blue bag, and then you dump it in the back, and the next thing you know, it's floating all over the place, and we weren't having, the older truck doesn't have the capacity, or the crushing capacity that the new one will. So we were having a number of problems. So we've decided at this point in time, we found, after trial and error, the best way is to have one truck go and pick up garbage with 2 guys, and another truck following, picking up the recycling with 2 guys. So instead of having just 3 guys in one truck, we've got 2 truck and 4 guys, and that's what's really putting some pressure on us. We have been told that the truck is to arrive here shortly by the 18th, or so it'll be about 2 weeks from now, I think, is when it's supposed to show up. There'll be a bit of trial and error, but that should get us back to some normalcy of what we expected of having 3 staff and 1 vehicle for the most part, picking up the majority of the product. We'll note that the tipping fees look like that, with the increase that we'd had last year, 10%, that we are looked to be coming in about in line with tipping fees as budgeted. When I move to 2021 budget, I haven't done a lot here with the tags other than expecting that a little bit of an increase, and that's based on the fact that you may have had a sheet bought at the $1.50 range, and you may be running out, and as those kind of cycle through, that we would have a bit of a lift, because we did have a lift based on 2019's numbers anyway, just for the fact that we went up by 25 cents. And again, the billings came in and around what we expected. With some of the new households coming on, I would expect that we would have some increases in that revenue as well. On the expense side, you'll see the collection is higher. Now, part of the reason for that is that because we had approximately 6 months of running our very efficient 2 employees and 1 truck, we had budgeted for 6 months of that, and then 6 months of 1 truck and 3 employees. Now, what the increase mostly on the 2021 collection side is that we would now have a full year of 3 employees versus 2, the 2 employees. And the other big component is under the tipping fees, where number 2 is that RDCK has increased the tipping fees 13%, so from 110 to 125 for 2021. So based on that, an increase in tipping fees. So you can see there is, and I think that's sort of where Councillor Morrison was asking. Yep, we've got some wage increases. We've got some tipping fee increases. So there's an increase overall in the budget of $36,000. But what had happened here is that billing, which again is an assumption right now, without direction from council, is that we've kept the $35 from 2020 in the billed flat fee. And what I've got in the 2020 column down at the bottom, you'll see organics diversion, and you'll see a question mark. And then if you go down to the last line, as far as numbers go, you'll see surplus deficit, and you can see that even with if we kept the $35 increase from last year, and that would certainly cover collection and tipping, and at this point in time, it would provide almost $100,000 worth of revenue towards organics diversion. And again, we've got a question mark on what that looks like, because at this point in time, we're not sure which way council goes. And once we do, then we would have the ability to put a number to that category. Last one here, just sort of some information, somewhat of a reiteration, but no proposal. I said, at least I don't, an increase in the tag for 2021, keeping the $35 increase from 2020 in the flat fee to fund organic diversion. Again, just reiterating council that RDCA has raised tipping fees by 13% in 2021. If you add that to the 10% in 2020, we're now up 23, 24% in tipping fees for 2021, which again, I don't think many of us, we understand there's a cost to doing resource recovery. One of the challenges is what was discussed here earlier today, where the city, as that person has to go through the tipping fee component, has had this increase applied to them. However, if I'm someone from outside the area and I'm bringing, or even a Nelson resident, and I'm bringing my garbage in by the bag full, that has not really increased to a level that I think that would be would give someone second thought to say, you know what, I'm not going to drive out. I'm going to use the service that has been provided by the city and have us pick up their garbage. I think that there's still a benefit to taking your bag out to the transfer station, just the way that their costing method is. Again, just also noting here again that the new rear load collection vehicle, and with the new recycling cans, that we've got the full-time increase of one more sanitation employee to 3. And then, of course, I've got an assessment of increased wages based on bargaining, and I've got an inflationary increase of 1.75 to the operational expenses for 2020. That should be 2021. So, happy to unshare here. Well, maybe, yeah, I can.
Okay.
And if anyone had any questions on the slides, maybe I should wait.
Okay, Colin, just one question for you now, if you don't mind. I noticed on one of your slides here.
Did I lose anyone?
On one of your slides here, you had the.
I don't see a lot of waving hands.
Okay.
Colin, can you hear me?
You're done. You guys are done.
Can you hear me, Colin?
Yes.
Okay, so I had one thing I wanted to ask you here quickly before we get to other questions. You're showing on one of your slides here, in 2020, tag fees increased from $1.50 to $1.75 to assist wage costs for having 3 sanitation workers on the new resource recovery truck. Is that the same number 3 that you're showing on the last slide, based on the new rear load collection vehicle?
It would be the same idea, yes, that one of the things that were taken into consideration last year by council was that with some of the cost pressures with additional staffing due to the new collection vehicle, that's one of the reasons why we went to the additional increase in the tag fee to help supplement having some supplementary revenues to help cover with the cost, and having it associated with us needing more drivers to pick up the bags.
Okay, thank you. All right, questions of Colin? Councillor Page.
Thank you. This all is really in line with what we've seen in the last couple of years. So I don't have a ton of questions around that, but I do have a question on the slide where it discusses the 2021 budget discussions around organics. Now, we've heard a few times in today's meetings from Food Cycler and from around the table that I think there's an expectation, no matter what direction we go, there's going to be some sort of product moving to Salmo. And so I'm wondering, when they've kind of penciled in about 200, I think it's about 2,000, I'm not sure what the metric is that they're measuring, but like the difference between a 6,000 square meter facility versus a 4,000 square meter facility. if we're budgeting a change in cost to Central Waste to take in what product we will be sending up there. Sorry. Does that make sense? Sorry.
Yeah, I think I don't think we'll have any impact on their size of their facility, and that will be through Central Waste. I think we'll probably have very low impact if you go with the pre-treatment option, but it will be through Central Waste that share of the capital cost will show up. It's not on our side of the ledger.
Okay.
But I also, if I understand correctly, what Councillor Page was asking is that, you know, right now I've got tipping fees going from 110 to 125. That's just for your regular garbage. But if we are going to start delivering, now again, as CEO Cormac had spoke about, if we're, you know, if they're not ready for us on that, and we've got the recyclers going already, we believe that even Public Works can use some of the soil amendment in mixing in with our leaves for organics. The understanding, if I'm correct, and I may need to rely on Council Morrison, but they say they may be ready for organics this fall. However, the understanding is that it's not a good time to start an organics program in the middle of winter, and that they may wait until September. So that's one of the things I don't know.
I think well, it's interesting. I think overall our tipping fees are going to go down because that is going to come out of the waste side of it. All that organic material is already in the waste side of it. And clearly, you know, that the challenging piece is, as we know from the number of vehicle trips to the transfer station, a lot of that's been self-hauled now. So our budget may in effect not change a heck of a lot on the tipping fees. It might be a little bit high depending on the organics diversion. I think a lot of that will actually be saved on the self-haulers, instead of them hauling as much and paying directly at the transfer station. You know, they're going to be able to avoid that and not pay those fees directly, because when I look at the amount of organics based on our pilots and what the tipping fees would have been on those organics, it's probably more 190,000 than the 81,000. So, you know, half of that is at least is being self-hauled at this stage, which fits with the numbers that they're showing us. So I think on our budget side, I think just by happen chance, we might be pretty close to what will happen. It's really going to be on the RD Central Waste side that they're going to see a substantial decrease in, I would say, in self-haul.
Councillor Morrison, did you have your hand up? Thanks, Kevin. Go ahead, Janice.
I don't know whether or not I can answer. Sorry, Kevin distracted me there a little bit. I just had my thoughts in order. In terms of tipping fees, because I always find it confusing when we talk about these total costs of tipping fees of 70,000, 180,000. I mean, tipping fees in general are going up in 2021, which I think had reflected in a slide somewhere, that they're going from 110 to 125 for mixed waste. So there's going to be some increase in tipping per ton of fees. There'll be, what's the unknown is what the cost of tipping is for the organics. So they have to do some work to create the spot that they're going to collect at Groman, which is a cost that isn't being covered by the grant, although in a letter that we did receive from the regional district at one point, it looked like the site at Salmo plus the central landfill composting, the Groman Narrows part, was going to be funded by the grant, and it's not, so there's some additional costs there. But yeah, and what those tipping fees are, if the tipping fees are going to cover that cost of the Groman Narrows station upgrade, that could also be increasing the tipping fees for the organics. So there's a few unknowns in there, but in general, tipping fees are going up. So for mixed waste, which is the only thing we know for sure at this point. Don't know if that helps you,
Yeah,
Councillor Page.
I think Councillor Page is, and again, maybe an expectation, and I think it's coming, like you would say, Councillor Morrison, that once they're ready, that they're going to have okay, here's your mixed waste fee, but here's your organics fee, but you're not there yet as far as those numbers being calculated or being agreed to or ready, because they haven't even built the facility yet, so it's probably not something that's coming until later in the year. So
The presentation was based on what they've currently told us, 125 for mixed waste and 100 for organics. And as Councillor Morrison said, they're still finalizing that organics, but like I said, I think the bottom line, if you go to pretreatment, our volumes are going to be substantially down. And I don't, again, using that material, it's 10% of the volume they're going to, even if everyone in Nelson did curbside and, got it picked up, it'd be 10% of the volume. So I don't think it's going to impact the size of their facility at all. And in fact, I would suspect that less than 50% will end up at the central compost. And again, they've built it for commercial as well. On the commercial side, again, if it's 10% or less, and in fact, you heard Alex suggest that the likelihood of make some partnership with a local farmer to take that material as it's good material for their feed. So, so I think if we go that route, then we'll have very, very little impact on the curbs or on the central compost facility, and we'll be reducing what's going into the landfill by probably 95+%.
I think we've got to be a little careful there because, feeding animals different feedstock can definitely change even their emission profile. Just swapping out corn for other material can change drastically how much methane a cow produces. So let's just be a little bit careful on what we just expect that will happen without actually running the numbers through. So that's my.
Yeah, you gotta watch those cows. Okay, Janice, you're up.
So I just want to go back to also regarding the time frame, just so we try to get this clear and that the numbers are probably going to change. But the goal is that they have the facility in Salmo built by the fall of 2021. And Kevin is correct in saying that, the thought is that sometimes they say that for this windrow type of composting, it's not the best to start it in the winter, and we do live in a winter climate. They think they could have some, and it's not to say that they couldn't have it and they would just store it. It sounds more likely that it will start actual production in the spring of 2022. And the more important, I guess, date is that sometime in 2022, and it was unclear when I asked this again of their resource manager, Amy, but sometime in 2022 is when they're supposed to start reporting back to the ministry on what their diversion numbers look like. So there is a long play to get programs in place for, I think, for us as the city, given the fact that if we decide that we're going to use the facility in central waste, I mean, that's just one of many decisions to go on, but we wouldn't actually have to necessarily have any product for them until 2022.
Thanks, Janice. Anybody else with anything to add here? We're all okay? Okay, I think we're done with that section. Thank you very much, everybody, and that's the end at this point.
Thank you, Colin. Thank you, Kevin.
Yeah.
Thank you, other Colin.
The only thing I guess I would say, Mayor, is I think hoping and out with Janice here. I know you're not. I know that Brittany doesn't seem to have been able to make it, and Jesse's not here. But just again, a little bit of a direction if we were able to circle back and talk a bit about the Rosemont trailer park. And it's not a complete have to have, and again, if he wants to have more discussion, I just wanted to get the discussion going partially because it is a year from the resolutions that were made by council. You know, even if it's a decision that ends up being in January, that would be fine as well, as far as coming to council. But just hoping to get a sense on what council would like to see with, again, the direction that they went with this water user, and you know, maybe for some on council maybe took a bit longer than they would have hoped, but considering all that's gone on, I think, you know, it's a pretty fantastic result overall, and so I just again, I could use your direction.
So Colin, sorry, it's a little difficult to hear you there, but you're talking now about the mobile home park paper that you delivered to us, and now I don't know if Janice has much of an opportunity to see that. It's my thinking that we should put that on the next agenda to talk about, because we hung on thinking we might have 2 more councillors on this call, and it turns out Janice was the only one who was able to make it. So I don't know if it's fair for us at this point in time now to rehash it with 1 more person there. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do. I guess part of it for me was even on this particular group, was there a sense of any, you know, out of the options, was there anything that people were saying, I'm not interested in this, or that was all, I guess. I don't mind waiting, and I appreciate that, Mayor, of waiting to have a full council.
We do have a quorum. Like,
Yeah, no,
I would just
no,
suggest-
I understand. I know, I can count, I know the numbers. I'm just suggesting we hung on assuming we would have at least 2 more people on the call. So if we're going to deal with it now, that's fine.
I would also suggest that, you know, I think as staff, we can talk about what makes most sense based on this and bring a recommendation like we normally do.
Yeah, I think so. That's
And
my,
I think,
that would be
yeah, and
my
I think
thinking,
also
Kevin.
if you have some thoughts, you know, just send them to Colin and we'll take those into consideration.
Yeah.
And we can bring this, Colin, I don't think there's any urgency. We could bring this on if there's urgency, we can bring it on the 7th, Monday. If there's not, I think we have a meeting on the 18th.
Kevin, I think I'd like to see it on the 7th if possible. Janice, you did get a copy, right? Yeah.
Yeah, we also have
Yeah.
a meeting on
But just,
the 14th.
And we have a meeting on the 14th as well.
okay. Yeah, just give Colin your thoughts and we'll bring a recommendation.
Yeah, and again, forgive me, council, I didn't mean to surprise people. Part of it was because the fix had been done late October, I didn't know until they did the readings on the 1st, which was Tuesday, as far as whether or not it actually held, because my concern was that we'd have a blowout somewhere else. But it has held, and we seem to be in a good position. And the other side of it is I also know that I guess the sooner, in theory, that we can get, if there's going to be a refund and those sorts of things, then the theory, too, is that the $50 increase that has been applied to each of the pad rentals per month, in theory, should decrease or be eliminated. So that's part of my thinking, is all.
in time for Christmas.
Exactly.
And again, Councilor Page, it may be too late because they probably paid December's anyway with this. So anyway, it was just that was part of my reasoning behind it, and it also fit well, I think, with Rory's report and what was happening with water, and this is what we had talked about it a year ago. So that's why I brought it.
Thanks.
Councilor Page meant paying for Christmas.
Yeah.
So I'm okay with the options that are laid out. I kind of laid it out before that. I think maybe the only kind of far out thing is to put the saving that we potentially would have refunded into the affordability fund instead, and get them on the flat rate sooner because they've now accomplished something and made a significant reduction. So that's my guidance, and I'm happy to wait until a meeting, I guess.
Yeah, I don't know if we can even do that legally, taking money from water and sewer and putting in an affordability fund. So anybody else
So,
thinks that's something viable, we'd have to contact legal about that.
Kevin, you can check on that though. And so
Well,
it'll be on.
we don't want to contact legal unless there's people seriously want us to look at that. I suspect that we can't do that.
Well, if it helps Colin in any way, I'm very inclined to reward good behavior and be generous on this. I think they've done a really good job, and this is just something that we should support.
Okay.
One thing I totally get, and I don't know if it's because we're not seeing all the squares, but I know Director Ennis, I passed him, and again, hopefully I don't get him in trouble here, but he was, I think, going to give us a bit of he might have had potentially had time, I'm not sure, because it's pretty crazy down at Public Works, but looking at whether or not we had any number changes on moving to the blue bag to the blue containers, and I know that we had talked about it, but I also know that you're busy. But if you had those numbers and we didn't even let you a chance to speak about it, I thought that would be disappointing for you to go like, well, why the hell do I go do this work if no one wants to listen to what I have to find out?
The sound is not good.
Thank you. It's an interesting conversation here at any rate here, Colin, so happy to participate. But I did get some numbers here. From what I can see in 2019 for the recycling pickups that we did, we averaged about 13 tons a month of recyclables is what we brought in 2019. And so far in 2020, it appears that we're sitting at 18 tons a month. Now, there may be some, a little bit of, the numbers may not be totally solid, and the reason why is that depending on when at the end and the start of the year we would have gotten numbers, it may influence the numbers a bit. But it does look like we are getting more recyclables, and certainly from what I've been hearing from our staff out in the field, they certainly haven't had any shortage of recyclables to pick up. So it does look so far here that I'm expecting that we're going to see more tons of recyclables picked up this year than we had in the previous year. So hopefully the moving into a new bin has been a positive move for folks, and it certainly hasn't been a barrier to getting people to not participate in our recycling.
Thank you. It definitely works at our house. Councillor Page, you had your
hand up? 38%. Just to quantify that, that's 38% improvement. That's substantial.
Councillor Page?
Do we have any idea on the contamination rates? Have those shifted and changed at all with that increased tonnage?
Yeah, no, and that's a very good question too. Just sorry, I started packing my stuff up here. I got eager here. I thought we were to the end here, so I put some stuff away, but I have it right at my fingertips.
Banker's hours, eh?
So we've had two report cards, or what they call our sample audit scorecards, I guess is the correct term for it, that has come back. And so the first one we had done was in October 14th is the audit date, and they have us as a total incompatible material 4.4% is what we're looking at. The only one thing that we had from this one that was not a good thing was somebody had placed looks like an MSR fuel bottle into the recycling, which of course is not something that we're able to accept, and so that was one thing that they had picked out. But there was a little bit of, we had some books that were included, and so just a couple of materials that weren't accepted there, or not acceptable. Our latest one that we had here was from the audit date was November 27th, so just really recent here. Unfortunately, this one's higher. We're sitting at 5.5% here. There wasn't anything hazardous in it, unlike the previous one, and there isn't any real standout thing, except for, again, hard and soft cover books seem to be something which I don't know why we're getting more books this year, but it appears that was one of the ones that has come up on things. As far as glass goes, our percentages are still pretty low, so that's good to see. And so overall, it seems like with the switch of things here that things have gone reasonably well. We haven't, I think we were riding at about 5.5%, if I remember correctly, was our average before. So I think we're still looking like we'll do a little bit better when we average these out. I'm hoping to see more 4.4s than 5.5. So I guess we'll have to see a couple more cards. I think they're planning on auditing us at least 2 or 3 times a year. So it'll be interesting to see how over the next couple of audits here how we stand.
Colin, there's probably still room for a bit more education as well. I know that at our house we've made a few mistakes since the program started. Nothing major, but the guys were good enough to point it out. So maybe people need to get a bit more up to speed with it. But what do those numbers look like in comparison to other jurisdictions? Not to say that we should be trying to stick with everybody else. We should do the best we possibly can. But it'd be just interesting to know. I don't know if you have those or not. And then Janice had a question as well. So.
Sure. I have a report card that was back looking at 2019. I got to make sure I've got the program average here. So it looked like, as far as a collector goes, each time that they did a check or an audit on us, we were always below the program average of the entire program. And so, as far as compared to everybody else in BC and how communities performed, we've always been better than the average, and so I think Recycle BC definitely appreciates that. I know they certainly do appreciate when they see us getting stickers out onto bags if there's something, or onto the bins at the curbside if there's something wrong. And generally, we've had reasonably good feedback from them on what we're doing. But I do agree. I think that us doing a reoccurring education process, I think, is really important. And it may just be that one little thing, you didn't think of it before because you didn't have it in your recyclables, but then, you don't really know what to do with it, and there it goes. So I think us, having it out there regular enough, it's something that then makes it so it's, front of mind for people, and they oh, geez, this is something that belongs somewhere else.
Yeah, I was just thinking Christmas is coming up and there'll be a lot of wrappings and packages, and I noticed, Chris, some of the Christmas wrappings, you can't put them in there. Janice, go ahead.
For stealing all the things I wanted to say. Anyhow, I think through the chair to Mr. Innes that I think books are a sign of COVID, for one thing, for sure. And it seems to me that if I disassemble my book, and some of it could go into the blue bag, the blue container, and not others. And so maybe education around that. I think it's the book with the binding is the problem. If you don't put the binding in, you can put the leaves of paper in of the book. And that was my other thought that the mayor stole while he's reading my mind. And that is that perhaps we should actually be having Ginger or one of our staff work with you, and that we should be having a little in advance of Christmas education or flyer or something go out because, those little smiley boxes that I'm not a big supporter of. I mean, we recycle those Amazon boxes, but there's a lot of packing that comes inside of those boxes. And we want to make sure that we get that diverted to the right spot. So I think a nice little reminder of that would be very helpful, that goes out on our Facebook and Instagram and other pages.
Yeah, just to let you know, I know they are, one of the things we really want to promote is the depot and what you can take down there now. It's really expanded. So Colin, I believe Ginger is, I think it's the back of our mail you get for your collection days. That will be a big thing on recycling and make sure it, I know it identifies those things that you're not supposed to throw in there, but that's a good idea around Christmas to also those specific items.
Thank you. Councillor Page, we got to pick up the tempo here because Colin Innes has to get through traffic to Salmo, so we have to
Yeah, I'm just saying we have a lot of stuff going on recycling and public works, and I don't know if there's a spotlight already figured out for the back of the newspaper, but maybe once we've made all these decisions, there's going to be enough to fill the back of the paper on top of what's going on in the Christmas paper.
Thank you.
Page, your timing is bang on, because I think it's next week that we have the back page, and it is about public works. So certainly I think we could have to find a space on being able to talk about recycling, books, and that sort of thing. And like I said, and hopefully maybe in a chat when that's what the Director Innes gets those recycling things, and I'm sure he talks with the crew about it, saying, hey, if you see the books, maybe you got to, put that one down and put a sticker on it. So that's one thing. One of the timings as well on this is that we're working on the snow blitz. We've got Public Works. They're going to be taking a pamphlet out to the downtown Baker Street, or just the downtown area, for kind of what our expectation is for shoveling. We plan to again kind of do a bit of a blitz I said with the ads. Thankfully, there's no snow, and I've been behind. But ads, Facebook, all the things you've talked about, but also that back of the page talking about what you need to do. And one thing I think was really important, and again, some really exciting, awesome things that are happening in the city, but through Jordan and Sarah at the youth center, Ginger had contacted them about snow angels, because there's nothing worse really than, and you get sometimes beat over the head where you get the mailer or you get a notice from one of our bylaw officers saying, hey, what the heck's up, you haven't shoveled your sidewalk out on Innis Street, and it's delivered to a 75 or an 80-year-old woman that's there by herself. But what we want to be able to do is that the youth center, with connection with some youth, which need to have some volunteer hours, we want to be able to connect those. And again, part of our outreach, I think, is to, be able to have those individuals have a student come and do some of that shoveling for them. So again, I'm expected to get mine shoveled, but someone else, let's give them a hand in our community and be able to use our youth department again, and be able to use their you're throwing me off the page. Use that as an avenue. So again, more of this opportunity of, yes, we need you to follow the rules. Yes, there are fines, but really, how do we help those that can? And again, that should hopefully encourage or have other people who have no excuse not to get their laneways shoveled. Two things, I guess. One, Director Innes, I apologize for making you an end note to that conversation on recycling. I should have had that in my agenda to talk to you about that, so I apologize for that. But more importantly, I was interested in how the spam tasted on the burger, Councillor Morrison. That was one of the things that I was wanting to know. Whether it was a thumbs up or not your cup of tea. It was a thumbs up.
All right. Anything else? Go ahead, Janice.
I just have a couple of, are we finished all the presentations? I just have a general couple of questions that I probably missed from not being in the morning.
I think so.
Okay, so I'll ask these and just somebody can get me clear on them. So when exactly are we making the decision about participating in the organics program? I was thinking that we might have been making that today as part of it, and I just wondered if we made that decision and I missed it. And there's a lot of servicing stuff to work through that. Nobody has the answers to. The regional district can't tell us how much it's going to cost, and we don't know exactly what our servicing costs are either. And those are future discussions for sure. And my other concern is that we're very fortunate in getting grants, and I'm sure we'll get this one. But in terms of looking at the presentation about using the food cyclers, and that what are our alternatives if we don't get the grants and don't get the FCM grant?
Well, I'll answer. So we can bring the recommendation this on Monday. As I said, we're waiting for some direction here, and it sounds like no one's saying don't bring forward the recommendation around the pre-treatment. So we will bring that forward, and people don't support that, then you can have that debate then. So we'll bring that on the 7th. There'll be a late report, obviously, because we're waiting to do this first. As far as the getting the grant or not getting the grant, I think we've shown that regardless, the pre-treatment is the better option, even if you have to pay the full cost of the food cycler. So unless council is not interested in doing organics at all, then the pre-treatment just seems to make sense on even if we had to pay the full cost of it. And I think you saw in the presentation that the cost of a food cycler versus one of the larger bins is very similar. So I don't see any reason why they wouldn't. And I mentioned that Food Cycler has hired a consultant here in BC who is a former employee of the Ministry of Environment and Clean BC and has those contacts and has been having those discussions, and those have been positive at this stage. And hopefully you can secure a letter of support from the regional district to support this way of diverting substantial organics cost effectively, and really reducing the volumes actually in the landfill, which is it's 95% of the volumes in the landfill. So we'd be hoping for a letter of support from them, and hopefully we can get that or be part of their grant application if Clean BC says that makes the most sense.
John,
and I think that overall, if I could, I think either way, we would say yes, that we are participating with it. One would be, though, that we would be providing way less feedstock than they were expecting. The other way, then we would, in theory, be providing feedstock. So either way, I think that we're in with it. It's just that we go on the recycling side and our recycler side, and we're just not providing the feedstock that they would have anticipated in their calculations.
Thank you.
I think I would just say we'd provide the feedstock in a different way. I think we're still providing feedstock.
Yeah.
And again, hopefully quite reduced.
And Mayor, if I may, I know you want to get out of here.
Just a minute, Rick. We'll let you in a second. Janice,
Sure.
Did you have another question, did you say, or you're okay? All right, Rick, you're up.
Well, this is more of a question for Janice then. It would be, given that there's the second grant that Central Waste is pursuing, if I understand correctly, looking for funding for education and the rest of that stuff. Given that we should benefit from that as well. We should also benefit from the sizing of that we're not going to take on the cost of additional sizing. I guess there was like 180,000 or something to increase the size of what they projected. That should be clear that that's not, we're participating in the grant if we take this approach. So that's not going to be something that we would carry in the future, if you understand what I mean.
So if I may, I'll answer that. So the sizing isn't, the sizing is a future thought. I mean, and really, if we really believe in recycling and zero waste and waste reduction, is that, and I think we heard Uli say this at the presentation that all of council was invited to, is that once programs work and work effectively, there actually should be over time less feedstock, because really there should be less food waste at the very beginning of the food chain. If we follow it all through, it shouldn't be just garbage at the end, so to speak. So I would highly doubt that cost that you've seen in the letter that they presented, which I have in front of me, of the cost going up as they make it even bigger. Because I think that if they build it to the size that they anticipated, which is quite a bit bigger than the original costing that we got, that I think that's going to be a big enough facility as we get way more efficient, and whatever other technology comes down the road that, say, even replaces a food cycler in 5 to 10 years, all we should be looking at reducing the volume, right? So I don't see the $180,000 cost that they talked about, because if we're in, there was two places where they talked about that. If we were not in, that we would have to pay that later, but there was also, what happens if there's even more food waste, and it has to get bigger. And I don't think that plays as big a role in what we're contemplating here going forward. So hopefully that answers your question, Councillor Lockenberg.
Yeah, it does. Just to be clear to everybody, we are not going to get punished at some future point if, or we're not going to be left out if there's money set aside for education and so forth. We should be equal beneficiaries of that grant if it comes.
So just, and to follow up on that grant, so that grant is the same grant that we're talking about applying for getting the food cyclers. So it's not a different grant, Councillor Lockenberg, that's the same granting process. They have mentioned in a letter to us that we could have discussions together, and I believe that Colin McClure has, and maybe Colin Innes have had some discussion as to how it might look. They would also be using that grant as a way of helping fund doing rural pickup. So it's really important that that's also what they're using as a cost to help that money to cover those costs. And the thing about that grant is that it has to be spent by 2024. And that's what delays rural pickup potentially of curbside, is that they can go out that far because there's legislative things that the regional district would have to go through before rural curbside could come into effect.
Thanks, John.
I think the other thing to keep in mind in terms of sizing is they're building a compost facility in Creston as Creston alone, right? So, and Creston's not very big. Although they have lots of
huge
fun, they do it. Yeah, but I'm not sure if they bring that. I don't know if they bring that to a compost facility.
I think that is the goal, though, Kevin, is for them to be doing more of that through their compost facility. And it's a much smaller size, it's a much smaller scale facility than the one that we're building in Central.
Right. So that, I just mean on scale. So they're able to build one that makes sense in Creston at a much smaller scale. So I wouldn't be too concerned that they can't do the same thing on this site, because they have Castle Garden Trail plus potentially rural. So the number of residents they're serving on this side is substantially more than the Creston side. I know we had some of those numbers at Resource Recovery of what the size of the Creston facility is, but clearly you can build smaller ones.
Yeah, and it's always worth keeping in mind with any of these programs that going forward, it's the option of council to change them at any time, and the same thing applies at the regional district. So when you're looking out to 2024 as an example for potentially picking up compost in the regional district, there's no guarantee that that's going to happen in 2024. The next group of people at the board could decide, no, this is not a good idea, or it is a good idea. So it's always worth keeping that in mind when you're developing a program for the municipality. We have to be certain that the program is going to work for us, and that's the most important thing for us as stewards of this community, is to put the right program together for the people of Nelson. Thank you. Okay, anything else that you wanted to add, Janice? You're okay now?
I thought I might have missed the in, out, and yeah, I'm good.
Good, thanks very much, Janice. So all good. Motion to adjourn, please. Councillor Renwick and Councillor Lockenberg, all in favour? Carried. Thanks very much. Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.